Quorum? We have a quorum, okay. Reports from standing committees.
January 31, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 138, Unemployment Insurance Coverage Period and Reporting. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators French, Hicks, Ide, Kolb, and Steinmetz. Senator Steinmetz, Chairman. January 31, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 107, Acquisition, Exchange, and Sale of Trust Lands. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Hicks, French, Ide, Kolb, and Steinmetz. Senator Steinmetz, Chairman. February 1, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 1, Judiciary, to whom was referred Senate File 181, Drug-Induced Homicide. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Cooper, Furphy, Landon, Schuler, and Case. Beg your pardon, Senator Case, no. Senator Landon, Chairman. February 1, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 4, Education, to whom was referred Senate File 50, Charter School Amendments. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Beitman, Brennan, Scott, and Steinmetz. No, Senator Rothfuss. Senator Scott, Chairman. February 1, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 52, School Finance Special Education Funding. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Beitman, Brennan, Rothfuss, Scott, and Steinmetz. Senator Scott, Chairman. February 1, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 175, Hazing. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Brennan, Rothfuss, and Scott. No, Senators Beitman and Steinmetz. Senator Scott, Chairman.
Thank you, Randy. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that Senate File 107, Acquisition, Exchange, and Sale of Trust Lands, be re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I would also ask that Senate File 138, Unemployment Insurance Coverage Period and Reporting, be re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations.
Without objection, so ordered. Thank you. Bills on second reading. We have an amendment.
Senate File 1, Second Reading Amendment Number 2, Section 006, Administration and Information, page 16, line 22, after.
Senator Hutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick privilege. I made a comment at the beginning of our budget a couple days ago, and someone asked me where I got my quote from. It was from the governor's transparency budget, clear proof on transparency, accountability, and trust. The governor is quoted as, shouldn't say he's quoted, says he wants to honor the intent of the biennial budgeting process with stable and sustainable funding for Wyoming state government. That means a supplemental budget is solely for the requests that are emergency in nature or for other needs that cannot be postponed until the next budget session. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Or
Well
Mr.
done.
President.
Well done. We're on second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 1. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, this just directs that money that we're putting aside for building operations and staff at the Thyra Thompson building in Casper shall not be transferred or expended for any other purpose. Thank you.
Any discussion? Question being called. We're on second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 1. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is passed. Senator Barlow.
Mr. President, so the motion, there was not a motion on that amendment. It was just an explanation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll go back. Senator Anderson, would you like to make a motion? Appreciate the correction. We are on second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 1.
Mr. President, I would move second reading amendment number 2 on Senate File 001 and ask for your favorable consideration.
Question being called. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 1 is passed. Reading clerk will read the third amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 3, Section 006, Administration and Information, page 17, line 4, delete.
Senator Case. Second reading amendment number 3.
Yeah, sorry, I
We're
wasn't
good.
expecting to go to work this early in the day.
We're rolling.
Mr. President, I move second reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 1. And what this does is go into the hours that are operation for the Capitol, where we said we've got this money to keep it open. Really, nobody's here on Sunday morning, I guarantee you. So what all this says is that instead of normal business hours, not less than 4 hours per day. Should save us some money. Thank you, Mr. President.
Done. Thank you. Questions? Question being called. We're on second reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 1. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Second reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Reading clerk reads amendment number 4, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 4, Section 020, Department of Environmental Quality, page 26, line 8, after.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I move that second reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 0001 be approved. All this does is it eliminates the 3 employees that the JAC put in. They were only for 1 year, and the DEQ realized that they wouldn't be able to hire anybody for 1 year and said pull them out of the budget. So we're pulling out the 3 employees that we put in. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Further questions? Question being called. We're on second reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 1. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Second reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. The reading clerk read in second reading amendment number 5, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 5, Section 24, State Parks and Cultural Resources, page 30, line 7, under.
Senator Case.
Mr. President, I would move second reading amendment number 5 to Senate File 1. And Mr. President, what this does is restores the governor's recommendations for the State Parks and Cultural Resources Trust Fund, specifically the Wyoming Cultural Trust Fund. That trust fund funds lots of different things all around our community. A list of things from last year show that I think it's 29 different projects. The highest value project was $50,000, but a lot of them were much, much smaller than that. 29 different projects, as I count them up here, all across Wyoming. Mr. President, I think what you got to understand, certainly true in my community, and I bet in your community as well, the arts are an important economic driver, Mr. President. And I know about your love for the arts and some of the things that you have acquired over the years and your appreciation. This extends to all Wyoming and restores governor's recommendations for this extremely important program. I would love to answer any questions.
Questions?
It's a roll call.
Seeing none, question called, roll call. Involves money. This involves $2 million increase to restore Gov's Rec.
Second reading amendment number 5, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? No. Beitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Brennan? No. Case?
Aye.
Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstader? No. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Baru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Kinski? No. Cole? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Cooper, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 5, 12 ayes, 19 noes.
Second read amendment number 5 to Senate File 1 has failed. Reading clerk, read in amendment number 6, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 6, Section 24, State Parks and Cultural Resources, delete.
Senator Brennan.
I move second reading amendment number 6 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This budget has a lot of money in it, and it's a supplemental budget and is supposed to be used for emergencies. And there's $6 million here, so I just ask that we consider that.
Discussion. Senator Case.
Well, Mr. President, I would suggest that we oppose this amendment. The arts are important in our state. The arts are connected to tourism. The arts are connected to real economic development. And Mr. President, they're a foundation of good culture for our Wyoming folks. And I hope you'll resist this. The governor made a decision to fund it. The Joint Appropriations Committee took it down by $2 million in their wisdom. We can, I'll live with that. I try to get that $2 million back, but to cut the money entirely, what a message that sends from this legislature to our arts community in Wyoming. I hope it doesn't happen. Vote no.
Further discussion. Senator Landon.
Mr. President, I would ask that you resist the amendment as well. One thing about these trust funds that always meets with my favor is the fact that if we ever got in a bind, we could go get them. This is a budget line item that goes to the fabric of just about every one of our communities every year. Some of our small communities out there don't have the ability for some of these wonderful events that they put on throughout the year without the help of this trust fund. That's what it's all about. It's a statewide effort. It supports our art community. I think the Appropriations Committee landed right about where we need to be on this. I hope you'll resist the amendment. Thank you.
Discussion. Senator Hutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On and for the amendment, we just passed the budget a little over 10 months ago for this, for the state parks and cultural resources. I believe they can wait a little longer till our regular budget to receive money. I'm not opposed to giving the money, but again, I don't believe this fits in that emergency category that the governor wants us to kind of stick with. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion.
Mr. President.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on and against the amendment, I think the arguments in favor of the amendment are in fact arguments against the amendment when you contemplate that this is money going into a trust fund, which is an investment earning account. It'll provide continued resources for the arts and culture in the state of Wyoming. When we have a budget surplus, as we do right now, and we come into a supplemental budget, it may be tempting to spend on a short-term program, but we know it's prudent to invest in our long-term viability as a state. If we don't put this in trust, what are we going to do with it? Which program are we going to spend it on? Where does it end up? This is a responsible use of these funds, an investment in our communities, an investment in our state, and this is effectively available in perpetuity towards that future as opposed to a one-time expenditure. So, Mr. Chairman, if we're worried about spending money now, this is precisely what we want to do. We want to save it, and we want to invest it in the future.
Thank you. Senator Case.
I'll yield to Simon.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and for the amendment, I believe we gave them around 2.5 million in the regular budget. They've got, if you look on your summary sheet on page 6, they've got about $18 million in reserves. And, you know, I think we're just trying to say that we need to have some discipline when it comes to our budgeting process. So on and for the amendment.
Is there another cop?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is in support of the governor's letter, reduced by the Joint Appropriations Committee. The good senator from the ivory tower was right. This money is going into savings, into the trust fund for investment. The goal that the state, let's remember where we are right now in this point of time. We are currently discussing in this supplemental budget, really the biggest policy question that you're going to be deciding is how much we're going to be putting into reserve savings or permanent fund savings. Over $1 billion in savings is what we're talking about, big picture. That's the purpose of this budget. And so some of this money, not including that billion, is also going to be saved in some of these other trust fund accounts that we have identified as being important to our state for decades. As the governor's letter points out, the goal of this fund, so we can stop funding it, is $30 million. This appropriation into that savings account, into that trust fund, gets it to 26 million with a goal of 30. So it gets it much closer to that goal so it can be self-sustaining based on those investment earnings of that trust fund account. That's what we're doing here. With all of that savings we have to allocate in this supplemental budget, this is part of that process of how we're saving those dollars.
Another cop, Senator Case.
Well, I just had on my computer screen all the projects that were in our capital city for this, supporting the Civic Center, supporting the airport, supporting the Boys and Girls Club, supporting different programs. And I was going to read those to you, Mr. President, but Cheyenne got more than any other city in the state from earnings off this trust fund in grants to support art in this community. And you know what, Mr. President, I think that's a wonderful thing. I think all our communities need this. The arts are so important. And the purpose, what we're trying to do is build a trust fund so that we can have more sustained art when the bad times come ahead, Mr. President. And I support the governor's letter.
Thank you. No further question being called. A no vote will, if you pass this amendment, you decrease the appropriation by $6 million. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Second reading amendment number 6, roll call. Anderson? No. No. Baldwin? No. Barlow? No. Beitman? Aye. Boner? No. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstader? Aye. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Murphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Hicks, no to aye. Kinski? Kinski was aye. Kinski, no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 6, 14 aye, 17 no.
Second reading amendment number 6 has failed, to Senate File 1 has failed. Reading clerk will read in the next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 21, Section 27, State Construction Department, page 33, line 11, under.
Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that I would move second reading amendment number 21 to Senate File 1. Folks, this was something in the budget. It was a request for an additional position in the State Construction Department. It was approved by the Joint Appropriations Committee, but your Senate Appropriations Committee did not concur. And if an aye vote will save $117 and $117,000 and reduce one more person being added to the payroll. So I would urge an affirmative vote.
Further discussion. Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd appreciate what that position was for, what the request was for. Thank you.
Senator Rothfuss.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm in the same boat. I'd like to know a lot more details about the motivation for the Senate Appropriations Committee eliminating this position, what it does, why we would support the elimination of that position. Is it an occupied position? What the responsibilities are. I think we need a lot more detail before we make a change to eliminate what is potentially a filled position for all I know at this time. Thank you.
Senator Kinski.
It is not an occupied position. It would be a new position, and the position is a construction procurement person to help with procuring materials on construction projects, Mr. President. And again, I would urge an aye vote. Let's not add more payroll and more people to the payroll at this time.
Thank you. Question being called. We're on. Excuse me. Yes. Sorry. We're on second reading amendment 21 to Senate File 1. It involves money. Roll call.
Roll call on second reading amendment number 21. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? No. Whitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Murphy? Aye. Baru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski?
Aye.
Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 21, 26 aye, 5 no.
Second reading amendment number 21 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Reading clerk, please read the next amendment. Excuse me, Senator Rothfuss.
And perhaps I'll just ask for privilege of the floor. I don't know that this is on order. May I have the privilege of the floor for a moment?
You may.
Just in a general request, I guess I'm a little bit concerned about the way that last vote proceeded, or the last debate on that vote proceeded, because we ended up with a circumstance where the sponsor spoke, we asked a couple of questions, and then the sponsor had to close. I wasn't necessarily left with enough information to cast an informed vote after either of those, and there was no real opportunity for debate. So I guess I would ask other members of appropriations to fill in some of those answers prior to the chairman or sponsor, assuming that it is an appropriations committee motion. If it's not, I guess I would ask that any member that's moving provide enough information the first time through that we all understand what it is we're voting on, because at this point, I still don't know what this person does. We eliminated it. They're not there. I was comfortable with the fact that there isn't a human in it. I'm glad to hear that. But Mr. President, I don't know what this position does. I don't know why we cut it.
Thank you. Nobody stood, so I went, so we were a little late. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think pursuant to our rule, we can explain our vote. I was in the same boat as the senator from Albany County. If that position was intended to save us money, that would have been helpful to know. If they're procuring items that save us money in the long run, some of that information would have been helpful. So that's why it was a no.
Thank you. Senator Kinski.
Mr. President, you know, I think protracted debate is helpful on some of these things. I looked around, nobody was standing. I took my second time. My response was inadequate for some. I'm sorry for that, but you know, that's the way it goes. I looked around to see if anybody else was jumping up. I said what I said, and you know, I can wait longer to stand and see if more people want to ask questions, but.
Thank you. That was kind of on me. I was the one that did it, so I'm the one that watches. Thank you. Did we read in number 7?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 7, Section 39, Wildlife Natural Resource Trust, page 36, line 6, delete.
Senator Hutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move second reading amendment number 7 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. In keeping with the governor's intent of the supplemental budget, I'd like to read on line 30, page 36, line 7, under the general fund, decrease the amount by $5 million. Under other, decrease it by $5 million. I understand the trust. I understand the governor trying to reach the $200 million mark with this $10 million request. I don't believe our Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resources is without funds, and that we, by postponing this until the budget session, we should have a problem. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate these amendments and these debates about postponing until a budget session when we're talking about transferring money into savings, into interest-bearing accounts. And so a delay in an interest-bearing account is money opportunity lost, right? And so it may not be as fiscally responsible as we think for this simple ideological purpose of we're not going to do any work in a supplemental budget unless it's an emergency. And so again, I just want to maybe reposition the body when we're talking about appropriations into savings accounts, that there is a greater return on that investment when we transfer the money into those places, when we are so flush with cash, and our dispute is how much to save and where to save it.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and against the amendment, and to put a point on the statements provided by the good senator from here in Laramie County, if this is $10 million that would go into a permanent savings relative to it staying in the LISRA at the end of the discussion for another year, it's probably around a 5-ish% versus a 1%, 4%. So we're talking $400,000 cost associated with opportunity cost associated with waiting until the next time we have a chance to chat, assuming that it would be the same outcome. So, Mr. Chairman, I would say it's financially irresponsible for us to leave money in the state agency pool that would otherwise be invested in a permanent savings account if that's where it's going to end up anyway. It's just a lost opportunity cost, and it's an expensive one. So on and against the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. President, just for some clarification, there's $5 million in general fund here, but if you take that $5 million in general fund, there's a matching $5 million here that comes out of their revenue account. And so that $5 million is matched by $5 million. So we're taking $10 million off the table that's going into permanent savings. But if we fail this, there is no $5 million match that then will roll into the corpus out of their income account. So there's a doubling effect, the effect of this amendment, voted up, voted down. But understand that if you vote this down, there's another $5 million that will not go to the permanent corpus of the Wildlife Trust Fund.
Your case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to stand up for our second biggest industry in Wyoming, which is tourism. And it has a lot to do, people come here to see our beautiful scenery and experience our wildlife, Mr. President. Most amazing place in the lower 48. It's under siege from development, from animal diseases, from different species. We need to protect habitat. We need to provide for migration. We need to nurture this industry. We lose our wildlife. It's pretty hard to get it back, Mr. President. This is a well-managed agency, gets kudos from everyone. You've seen the results that they've done on the ground, and I would resist the amendment because it's part of what keeps Wyoming special.
Thank you. Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This fund, in the last 5 years, has returned $38.3 million of their earnings to the state of Wyoming. That $38.3 million was leveraged approximately 7-to-1. So this fund in the last 5 years has invested $280 million in jobs and in projects across the state of Wyoming, roughly. Just that back of the envelope math that the good senator over here talks about. So to put money into this savings account yields who knows how much. It's an ongoing, very well-run program. It's the right place to put money to invest it where we get the maximum return to the state of Wyoming.
Senator Hicks for your second time. Okay, fix that. Senator Biden.
Thank you, Mr. President. On for the amendment, I think it's not safe to assume that the body would want to appropriate this money in the budget next year. To make that assumption is erroneous. And also, you know, think about this money's got, this trust fund has a lot of money in it already. It spins off money that we use as taxpayer dollars that are going to end up being used for conservation easements, which I'm opposed to using taxpayer dollars for that. So it's a policy issue. And as a policy matter, I don't think we should be putting $5 million more into this account in a supplemental budget. And I don't think it's safe to assume that it would automatically happen and we're going to lose that opportunity cost. I think let's have the debate during the budget session on the merits of putting that money in there. So on and for the amendment.
Senator Hicks for your second time.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I respect my colleague's opinion, and I know sometimes that some of the easements give some of our members. That is a fraction of what they go for. A fraction of the money is spent on easements. So that's a fair debate. We should debate that when the larger project come through and either carve those out, amend them out, vote that down. But Mr. Chairman, this is a lot bigger than just wildlife. And so familiar with the program over there. In my capacity, the agency that I work for, we've worked with the Wildlife Trust Fund. And we've worked with them and other entities, and we've replaced diversion structures. $1 million diversion structures that they put $250,000 in to facilitate irrigation for fish passage, Mr. Chairman. We've done stock water pipelines. We've sealed leaky ditches. We've developed springs that benefited both livestock and wildlife. The interesting thing is with a lot of the restoration work that we've done when we had an economic downturn and a severe one there in the gas field in Carbon and Sweetwater County, we were able, with the leverage that this account provides, we'd get $250,000 from the Wildlife Trust Fund. We'd turn that into $2 million, and guess who went to work? Every unemployed oil field contractor in that valley. Rock quarries were hauling rock. Construction companies were hauling it. The water truck drivers were hauling water for compaction for those dams. And so when I look at this program, I understand the objections on the conservation easements, but we shouldn't kill a jobs bill that has big ramifications, that leverages on a nature of 5 to 7 to 1 money for our communities, and it's not just wildlife. If you look at the authorizing language in here, one of the components of the Wildlife Trust Fund is actually to facilitate the mitigation of our extractive industry so they can keep on extracting natural gas, coal, oil, trona. That's part of that fund was set up there so that we don't get hamstrung with regulatory compliances, that we have an ability to go in there and mitigate those impacts on these federal projects that would normally come to a screeching halt, or we saddle the industries with those costs. So, Mr. Chairman, you can vote it up or vote it down, but I'm just telling you, has a large economic impact all over the state of Wyoming. It's tourism, it's agriculture, it's oil and gas and mining. It affects every single industry sector in the state of Wyoming.
Senator Ellis, excuse me, thank you.
Mr. President, briefly, just to add on to the previous speaker, and looking at some of the projects that we've authorized in the past using these funds, they're to prevent Endangered Species Act listings. A lot of these projects go toward ensuring that sage grouse isn't litigated or isn't listed, and this has a huge impact on our mining, ranching, oil and gas, farming. So please defeat this amendment.
Senator Schuler.
Mr. Chairman, I also would just piggyback on the past two speakers and just say that I think since this trust fund was established about 2005, there have been about 750 projects that have been done in all 23 counties. And again, these projects are just exactly what some of the other senators have mentioned. It deals with conservation, so they work with conservation districts. They work with partners all over the state, the stock growers and so on and so forth. And for every dollar that they spend, there's $6 matched by their partners and sponsors. So I just think this is one of the best things that we do in the state of Wyoming, and I would urge you to vote no on this.
Thank you. I'm going to come speak. I'm Senator Dockstader.
President Driscoll. Oh, sure. You're all behind the screen here. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to speak on and what's going on in this room just a little bit, and it's on the amendment, but it goes a little. Sometimes you cost yourself money by saving money. So as you folks kill these one at a time, you are taking money that's permanent investments in Wyoming. In the case of this one, at 7-to-1, the sales tax return more than pays the return for what you're doing. This is going to fund long-term so this continues to happen. And as you do this, this money is going to float away into another place, and you may think it's for a great cause, but in truth, you're actually hurting your own people in your own community and the people of the state of Wyoming. And I've looked at this through the other ones. When you look at starving these trust funds, what that means, these programs won't go away, but they'll come out of the general fund, and they'll come in a time when maybe we don't have money. What these funds really do is give us exactly what we've talked about in Wyoming, which is long-term stability of the funding of these programs. And if you kill that long-term funding, you're literally starving out your own state. And I look at it, we can talk about a tax decrease, we can talk about tax increases, but what we all look for as people in the state is stability in what we do. And if you cut that stability out from under it, you can be assured that we'll have instability and tough times. And for those of you that don't want to pay taxes, and I'm one of them, I can assure you these actions will cause you to pay more taxes and raise taxes at some point in the future. These programs are tried and tested. They've been here for a long time. And sometimes you hurt yourself by saving money. And it's just a word for the wise. This is one of the great ones. It's not just a one time, it's matched. Comes in, it doubles it. These guys spend money, and the money actually pays back. When you look at revenue to the state, what pays that revenue, folks? That's your businesses. I heard in the back of the room, the good senator talk about who it employs. This money, as a vast majority out of the Wildlife Trust, goes into projects on the ground. It goes straight back into your local community. It's not into an agency in Cheyenne, by the way, guys. This agency controls one of the bigger chunks in the state of Wyoming of the trust funds. It's run by two people. It's a director and a secretary and a board that runs their projects. It's efficient. It's a great use of money. And as you look through the projects that you want for yourself, and by the way, you all have things that you need in your town, have a big thought about what you're really doing, because as I see this going around, we all benefit from working together, not only voting just for what we believe in, but we as a group. When I read that this morning, we all need to look at our neighbors and each other and what the benefits are. And I'm sorry about a sermon, a lot of time, but I'm watching the trend on this, and it's really true that you're not helping yourself by supposedly saving money and putting it away. You're probably costing yourself long-term in general fund. Thank you. Senator Hutchins.
Mr. President, I'd like to say I do appreciate the debate and most honestly, the admonition. Not trying to harm or hurt any fund or anyone. And I'd like to say, I do like my ideology, trying to do what's right. I'm gonna stick with that. Like the Vice President said, vote it up, or Majority Floor Leader, vote it down. I'm not trying to do harm. I'm just saying, can we postpone this until the budget session? I'm not trying to kill this Wildlife Trust Fund. Believe me that. But thank you very much, Mr. President.
Spoke a second time. Question called. We're voting on second reading amendment number 7 to Senate File 1.
Second reading amendment number 7. Roll call, Anderson. No. Baldwin? No. Barlow? No. Beitman? Aye. Boner? No. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstader? No. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Murphy? No. Baru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? No. Kinski? No. Cole? No. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Closing vote? Closing vote closed. Second reading amendment number 7, 8 aye, 23 no.
Second reading amendment number 7 to Senate File 1 has failed. Reading clerk, read the next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 22, Section 39, Wildlife Natural Resource Trust, page 37, line 11, after.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 22 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Good Senators, this addresses Section 39, the Wildlife Natural Resources Trust Fund that we were just talking about. No appropriation here or moving of any kind of money, just provides clarification about how those invasive species funds can be used, which is immediately without having to go through the traditional grant and application process that's typically required of funds being appropriated out of this account. Just allows for the immediate use to fight invasive species. Thanks.
Thank you for the explanation. Further questions? Question being called. We're on second reading amendment number 22 to Senate File 1. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment has passed. Reading clerk, read the next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 23, Section 48, Department of Health, page 38, line 8, under.
Thank you. This is a corrected copy, so if you look in your files, you need to make sure you have the corrected copy. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will withdraw second reading amendment number 23 to Senate File 1.
Thank you. Without objection. Reading clerk, read the next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 24, Section 48, Department of Health, page 38, line 8, under.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will withdraw second reading amendment number 24 to Senate File 1.
No objection, so. Next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 25, Section 48, Department of Health, page 38, line 16.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 25 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow senators, what this does is this is the child development ECA and addition of 25 students for $4.2 approximately million, and it is an ongoing expense going forward. And so the reason that I feel it's important to do this is I think it needs to come in through the regular budget process and go through that and really evaluate 25 extra students and this big increase in the department. As you can see, if you look on page 9 of your summary report, this is a $2 billion agency, and they have super flex authority. So I would think that they can make it to our regular budget process, and that is the rationale behind this amendment.
Thank you. Questions, Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 4, this was an amendment that was passed and passed by your JAC. The crux of it was that the pre-K ECA has been underfunded for many years. The department asked for a $10 million increase, and actually the department, the child development centers themselves asked for a $19 million increase. It was approved by the governor at 1.9, and then the committee rate, the JAC, came in at this number that you see before you. And the good bringer of the amendment is right, it is ongoing, but it had not been raised in many years. This is a desperate situation. When this, as my good friend from Laramie County says, this is the budget for emergency request, Mr. President. This is an emergency request. Our child development agencies across the state are now working on reserve funds. They don't have any money left to spend, that they come in to try to take care of kids who have some kids who have some issues that they have to take care of that cost more money, and also just kids to help their moms work, their dads work. And so it is a very much needed program that has been underfunded. This is an emergency request, and I urge your support for the amendment. Thank you. Or urge your against the amendment, sorry.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, on and against this amendment, this, as I understand it, this is the child development centers. I've had considerable interaction with them and watched them over the years. They really have been very desperately underfunded. And the work they do reduces our special education expenses in the K-12 program. I examined a number of other states trying to figure this out in the previous year, and actually circulated a little paper about it. But we do much better than other states in identifying and treating these kids, and they're easier and cheaper to treat when they're younger, because they're developmental stage where it's more appropriate to treat them. If we don't fund them adequately, we get more of them in the needing more services. In the special ed, where we're 100% state funding, a small amount of federal funding involved, but where we really are making up the difference. So I think this amendment is likely to hurt us in the long run on and against the amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator Landon.
Mr. President, just real quickly, I appreciate the point made by our education chairman. It was one that I was certainly going to make. That is, these child development centers do the work that if we transfer that over into our public school system, it would be much more expensive. I am so fortunate to represent a community that takes great pride in this entity up there. They have teachers who don't make the salary that those in the public school system make. And they hang in there and they do that work every single day, knowing that, but they have great passion for what they do. Full disclosure, Mr. President, my wife is on a board of the development center up there, so I've learned a great deal about it. That's why I rise in favor of defeating this amendment. I think this is little enough investment on our part to keep those going strong. They're doing great work for our state. I hope you'll defeat the amendment. Thank you.
Any questions? Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. If everyone's done, I'll bring us home. Just a policy decision for the body. Superflex authority means they can move money here, there, and everywhere. Just trying to get us back to the next budget cycle to where we can deal with this in an ongoing manner, because we are looking at this agency, $45 million of ongoing expenses that we're adding in this budget if we don't do anything different than what is proposed. And that's, obviously we do nothing until we hear what's going on from the other side. So I just would urge caution as we start adding ongoing expenses. Thank you, Mr. President.
Question being called. We're on second reading amendment number 25 to Senate File 1. Roll call.
Amendment number 25, Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Barlow? No. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstader? Aye. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Murphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski? No. Kolb? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 25, 14 aye, 17 no.
Second reading amendment number 25 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Reading clerk, read the next amendment, please. Oh, failed. Excuse me. I'll reread that. My bad. Second reading amendment number 25 to Senate File 1 has failed. Excuse me. I didn't mean to get beat up. Read clerk, read the next one. The chief clerk looks at you that way, you shrink.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 26, Section 48, Department of Health, page 46, line 15, delete.
Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. President. This time I move that Amendment 26 to Senate File 1, second reading, Amendment 26 be withdrawn.
Without objection, so ordered. Reading clerk, read the next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 27, Section 48, Department of Health, page 38, line 8, under.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 27 to Senate File 1 and ask for the body's favorable consideration. Mr. President, this deals with another significant increase in ongoing spending in the supplemental budget. And just putting it forth to the body's consideration as whether this is the most prudent thing to do with these one-time funds. And specifically, this deals with the comprehensive waiver service in the Department of Health. You'll see it's $7.5 million general fund, of course, with that matching amount with the federal funds. And so certainly understand that this is a good program that does a lot of good. But I also remember my time on labor and health where we did have significant issues with a potential drawback from the Department of Health. And when that happened, we got a lot of information from the folks providing these services, including their profit and loss statements, a lot of their financial information, demonstrating on certain terms that if we proceeded with the proposed cuts, that there would be dire consequences to their ability to provide these services. I'm not sure if we had that same discussion. I have to refer to members of the appropriations that were there. It's my understanding this is simply putting in step 2 reductions without necessarily that negative feedback. So, like I said, this is not necessarily, this is no, this is not a comment on the effectiveness of this program or the need that's out there. But once again, I'm wondering if this rises to the level of increasing ongoing spending with these one-time funds. That's why I brought the amendment. I hope you can support it, Mr. President.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Question being called. We're voting on second reading amendment number 27 to Senate File 1. Roll call.
Anderson? Aye. Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? No. Whitman? Aye. Boner?
Aye.
Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Dockstetter, aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Murphy? Aye. Guru? No. No. Hicks? Aye. Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 27, 23 aye, 8 no.
By your vote, second amendment reading number 27 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Reading clerk, read the next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 28, Section 48, Department of Health, page 38, line 8, under.
Senator Biden.
I'd like to withdraw second reading amendment number 28 to Senate File 1.
Without objection, so ordered. Reading clerk.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 29, Section 48, Department of Health, page 38, line 8, under.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to withdraw second reading amendment number 29 to Senate File 1.
Objection, so ordered. Second reading amendment number 29, Senate File 1 has been withdrawn. Reading clerk, read the next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 30, Section 48, Department of Health,
Senator
page
Steinmetz.
47, lines 6 through 16, delete.
Excuse me, sorry, Randy. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move second reading amendment number 30 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This takes us into page 47 of the budget, and in those lines, we're automatically doubling. So I'm just going to read it to you. It says, the appropriations subject to subsection A, which is an appropriation of 7.5 million, and C of this footnote, which is another 6.3 million, of this footnote are to be doubled and included in the Department of Health standard budget for the immediately succeeding fiscal biennium. The next part it would delete is the appropriation subject to section B, and that's 3.1 million are to be included in the Department of Health standard budget. And so the reason I'm moving that is because I feel that we need to take another look at this, not just have it be an ongoing expense in a supplemental budget. So I would ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Further questions? Seeing Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I need to know how this interacts with the previous amendment, because I think it speaks to the same item. So maybe someone can explain that to me. Since the last one passed, how does this impact that? Thank you. And maybe I'm mistaken, Mr. President, but they seem to be related. Thank you.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, I would add to that, frankly, I don't understand the amendment. I'm going to have to vote no unless I have better understanding what this amendment really does and what it's about. Mr. President, I'm confused at this point.
Thank you. Further questions? Going once, going twice. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we do have a lot of amendments, but because the Boner amendment passed, I don't believe that it affects that. I think it just affects the ongoing expenses that would be there. But let me double check really quick.
We'll stand at ease for a second. We're back.
Mr. President.
Senator Steinmetz.
You are
thank
right. We don't need this since the other one passed. Thank you. I would withdraw second reading amendment number 30, and I apologize for wasting our time.
You're good. Without objection, second reading amendment number 30 to Senate File 1 is withdrawn. The next amendment, folks, has just been handed out. It is actually one you did not have in your folders. It is second reading amendment number 52. Reading clerk will read the amendment.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 52. Section 53, Department of Workforce Services, page 4, line 17, after.
Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 52, second reading amendment number 2. Good?
Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this is a simple addition to the budget of $80,000. And Workforce Services has not requested anything in our budget, the supplemental budget. So this was part of our strategic plan to deal with the deaf. And what this would be included is in Workforce Services under the disability segment, adding one person to deal with the deaf and hearing impaired. And this person would need to have qualifications to do interpreting services and then direct people under the deaf and hearing impaired to other agencies in our state. Mr. Chairman, this is much cheaper than creating a commission for the deaf. We'd like to try this out with just one person to see what the demand is. Then we could come back in the future, Mr. President, if we needed more people to take care of these people. So that's my motion, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Furphy. Any questions? Seeing none, we are voting on second reading amendment number 52 to Senate File 1. It involves appropriation. Roll call.
Second reading amendment number 52, roll call. Anderson. Aye. Baldwin. Aye. Barlow. Aye. Beitman. No. Boner. No. Bouchard. No. Brennan. No. Case. No. Cooper. Aye. Dockstetter. No. Ellis. No. French. Aye. Murphy.
Aye.
Aye. Guru. Aye. Hicks. No. Hutchings. No. Ide. No. Jones. No. Kinsky. No. Cole. No. Landon. No. Larson. No. McEwen. No. Nethercott. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. No. Schuler. Aye. Scott. No. Steinmetz. No. President Driscoll.
No.
No. French, aye to no. Baldwin, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 52, 9 aye, 22 no.
By your votes, second reading amendment number 52 to Senate File 1 has failed the Senate. You can clerk read the next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 31, Section 60, State Lands and Investments, page 55, line 1, after.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment, Amendment 31 to Senate File 1, ask for the body's favorable consideration. Mr. President, this deals with something that we've dealt with for quite some time on the Agriculture Committee, dealing with our state lands exchange process. We've been trying to provide local input with one instance that you'll see named in the amendment that just has completely fallen on deaf ears to the point of, county commissioners' letters to the state agency not being a part of the official record that when the Ag Committee requested information on this particular exchange. In this case, we have several concerns, and concerns that are repeated throughout the state, of this exchange process being used for intentions other than it was intended for, to, in this case, deal with something that should probably be better dealt with in the private sector. So, Mr. President, this is an amendment to express the concern that I have, the deep concern with this process, the way it's being used for something other than its intended purposes. I think that it's important that we use all tools that we have available to us, and that includes our appropriations process, to make sure that we exercise our prerogative as the legislature in this process, making sure that we can don't waste any more time, apparently limited staff time in this agency, for something that isn't likely to get approved. So that's the amendment. I'll stand for any questions, and certainly there's other folks on this floor who can speak to other situations throughout the state that are named.
Thanks, Senator. Further questions? Senator Hicks.
So, Mr. Chairman, just a clarification. The Office of State Lands, in my understanding, only makes a recommendation to the SLIB board, which is the top 5 elected officials that make the decision to do a land exchange, and how does this affect that ability to them to perform their duty?
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So also part of a previous district that I represented was subject to this issue. And Mr. Chairman, certainly the good majority of our leader is correct, Mr. President. There's a process, but the concern is the process. There's many of us and many of the constituents that are shared between Converse and Campbell County do not think the process is being followed, so that when we do get a decision, the folks, the stakeholders, we heard about the county commissioners, the landowners, the lessees of state lands, are often out of that process, including their elected representatives. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I think that this is, well, sometimes we employ blunt instruments, and we wish we had something more refined, more surgical. Sometimes they just don't listen to the surgical stuff, and you have to say, hey, knock it off, let's have the conversation. Mr. Chairman, so I would encourage folks to support this, and maybe that'll open up another dialogue on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Landon.
Mr. President, I couldn't have said it better myself. I hope you'll support the amendment. You know, over the past couple of years, I have really struggled on this front on behalf of a couple of constituents, and frankly, ran into a brick wall in trying to help good people in our communities. One of those folks was actually a constituent of my friend behind me, but I was glad to step up and help because he was also a friend of mine. Frankly, I was disappointed that I didn't make it further down the road. And in part, it was simply because of what's just been described. Sometimes you need to tell them what you mean, and this is what we mean. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know much about this particular situation, but the bringer of the amendment used the magic word, process, with this particular agency. Wasn't that long ago back home, we learned of a deal where somebody very well-to-do was going to acquire some land, and it was going to close off access to one heck of a lot of hunting. And there hadn't been notice, opportunity for way too many people in that community. And I can tell you, it had everybody who knew how to hunt in that county excited. And it took a lot of effort to get that righted. And it shouldn't be that difficult. People should know about these things just as soon as it's possible, and there should be plenty of opportunity. I agree with the bringer and with my friend from Campbell, east of me. This is a good signal. It's a good signal that there's a lot of dissatisfaction with that process.
Thank you, Senator Kinski. Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is a pretty classic case of legislative overreach. We're being asked to rule on two land exchanges that we don't know anything about. We don't know the facts. We've just been brought two names blindly, and I don't think as a body that's fair to ask us to do this. It would be inappropriate to allow this to happen, and that's it.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm against the amendment, and I share the concerns of the good senator that just spoke. The amount of work that has gone into this land exchange and discussion, the amount of consternation, the amount of difficulty and challenge is significant. It isn't in my neck of the woods, so I don't know very much about it. But I understand that these problems come up. I understand that there's concerns with the process. Mr. President, we set the process. We literally write the process. That's what we do through legislation. If we don't like the process, and it sounds like this has been going on for a few years and we've all got war stories, why not fix the process? The budget is for the general operations of government. I'll say that again, the general operations of government. The idea that in the budget, we would override or predispose a decision of the State Land Board, which is the 5 electeds, in their executive capacity pursuant to statutes that passed this chamber and the chamber down the hall as a process, is a stretch. And Mr. Chairman, again, I understand that people are frustrated with this. I don't know enough details to know which side is right or how it should go or how the process was handled. But Mr. Chairman, I do know what the responsibility of the legislature is constitutionally through the budget, and this is well beyond it. I'd urge the body to resist moving down the path where we weigh in on land exchanges through a supplemental budget, not even a bill process, a supplemental budget. If ever there was special legislation, this is special legislation, Mr. President. Thank you.
Other comments? Seeing none. Senator Boner, second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for the good discussion. To be clear, we're not overriding anybody's decision. We're not vetoing anything. This is a year-long pause on the process to give everybody a chance to maybe facilitate a better discussion, as my colleague from Campbell County discussed. Now, I can't speak, like I said, we heard a little bit about the challenges in Sheridan County. Right now, the situation I'm concerned about, this state government process is being used as leverage in a private negotiation. It circumvents our laws dealing with split faith or split state negotiations and operating in that in good faith. And so one of the basic obligations we do have the power of the purse. As the legislative branch of government, we also have an obligation, I believe, to protect our constituents' property rights. That's what this is about. So we're not weighing in one way or the other. We're saying, let's take a timeout for a year and let's sit down and have a meaningful discussion, because if you're starting to talk about using this mechanism, state government, to facilitate a particular result in the private sector, that I think it's already gone off the rails. So please vote aye.
Ayes and noes have been requested. Chief Clerk, call the roll, please.
Roll call vote on second reading amendment number 31. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Baldwin? No. No. Barlow? Aye. Reitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. No. Cooper? No. No. Dockstader? Aye. Ellis? No. No. French? Aye. Murphy? No. No. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? No. No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Anderson, aye to no. Closing. Vote closed. On Amendment 2031, 19 aye, 12 no.
By your vote, Amendment 31 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Reading clerk, read the next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 32, Section 60, State Lands and Investments, page 55, line 5, under.
Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, I would move second reading amendment number 32 to Senate File 1. Folks, this is a situation where the executive had asked for a number of positions in this agency, and we allowed some and disallowed some as an appropriations committee. One of those that we denied was a person for communications. And the chief executive has asked if he might trade one of the other position, a lands position, for this communications position. And I said I would bring it to the body. It does increase the general fund by $83,000, but I see no reason to oppose it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Questions? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I understand that what we're doing here, but where's the positions that we're swapping out here within the budget? Because this just talks about the appropriation, so increases for that. So I don't see a reduction in the personnel or just maintains the same. So just a little explanation there.
Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the best of my knowledge, and this came in a little late, but what I think was anticipated here was that in this department, that it would just switch. There would not be an increase of personnel. It'd just be retasking of personnel that was already there. I hope that helps.
Mayor Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it seems like, since this is for the second half of the biennium, this would be a raise for a single position, because this is an increase. If there's already money in the budget for a position and we're switching it to another section or part of the agency, and now we're adding $83,000, I might be applying for a job. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further questions? Further questions? Seeing none. Senator Kinski.
The position that is being swapped is a full-time equivalent land management specialist position, LRLM06, in exchange for, trying to find it here, I believe it is the Policy and Planning Analyst BAP SO9. The balance of it, I'd need some time to grab some documents. I don't believe this is a job that pays $163,000 a year, though.
You're out of time. You spoke second time, so. Question being called. We are on second reading amendment number 32 to Senate File 1. Involves money. Roll call.
Roll call, second reading amendment 32. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? No. Whitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? No. Baru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Kinsky?
Aye.
Aye. Kolb? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Scott, no. Steinmetz? No. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote close. Second reading amendment number 32, 14 aye, 17 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 32 to Senate File 1 has failed the Senate. Reading clerk, read the next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 8. Section 60, State Lands and Investments, page 55, line 13, under.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 8 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Good Senators, this is a correction to how we appropriated the funds. So we repealed a section out before, and this is a correcting of that to be consistent with what the JAC position was and what the request was. I'd stand for questions and ask for your favorable consideration, but it is a correcting amendment.
Senator Kinsky.
Mr. Chairman, net, when we're all done, the MRG, the Mineral Royalty Grant Program, would be funded with $10 million. Historically, it's been much larger. This program is also called the Small Community Emergency Fund. So you have a little town, in my case, it was a little town where their main water line ruptured on a weekend. And this was able to help get that repaired until they could get longer term plans and get in front of SLIB for grants and so forth. We defunded it when we were doing the ARPA bill because we thought there was plenty of ARPA money. It turns out there's some of these projects that just do not qualify for ARPA or opera. And so the request that I've heard from the poorer, smaller counties and the smaller, poorer communities is could we bring that MRG back for emergencies? And that's the purpose of it, Mr. President. This 10 million is substantially below what it's been historically.
Thank you, Chairman Kinsky. Further questions? Question being called. We're on. Oh, Senator Biden, sorry.
Sorry.
You're hard to see back there.
I
You're
know,
invisible.
blend in with the surroundings around here. For a correction, there's not an offsetting decrease. Obviously, there's going to be a roll call. It's a pretty expensive correction. If it's truly a correction, why do we have to vote on it? So it looks like a standalone increase of $6 million. Just maybe let's talk about it before we get to rolling on the roll call vote.
Senator Grube.
I know this is hard to believe, but sometimes, Mr. President, things aren't always what they appear. This is just a correction to move money that was there back there, more or less. And as our chairman said, the thought was that the ARPA dollars would take care of this program, but when the money started, and with new guidance that came in from our friends in Washington, that, you know, a lot of the money that we thought could be spent for small towns and communities did not qualify. So that's why this money is being put back and being swapped back over. So that's the reason. And once again, as Chairman said, these are our smallest communities that are going to be left out in the cold without this money, literally and figuratively, when they have these needs. And so that's why we're asking, and it is over the next 12 months, you know, the money that was there, which I think was $4 million, it was only all that was in that line item, will be quickly used up. And then communities literally be left holding the bag until we're back next year. And so it is an emergency situation. Thank you, Mr.
Senator Nethercott for your second time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. So for clarity on the correction piece, and this was presented to me by other members of JAC to get this through, and this is my section that I am responsible for. Sounds like this is a correction from JAC's previous action of removing funds from this account in exchange for ARPA. And so we are correcting that action of replacing those funds, recognizing that those funds are not available to communities in need as was originally contemplated with ARPA. And so it's correcting that misinformation that that was previously made in order to restore those funds for those communities who are currently in the queue for these resources. So consistent with the legislature's previous positions on this program. So that's my understanding.
Senator Larson, you can't talk. She's talked for a second time, sorry. Question being called. We're on second reading amendment number 8, Senate File 1, involves money. Roll call, please.
Second reading amendment number 8, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstader? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Murphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Kinsky? Aye. Cole? No. Landon? No. Larson? No. McCune? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Salazar? No to aye. Landon? Landon, no to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 8, 18 aye, 13 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 8, Senate File 1, has passed the Senate. Next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 33, Section 67, University of Wyoming, page 60, line 9 after.
Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 33 to Senate File 1. Ask for your favorable approval. Folks, this is, we're putting a lot of demands on the School of Energy Resources, and they're requesting that they have an economist to take care of the energy regulation and policy analysis to facilitate the work requested by the legislature, such as the high-grade graphite work and et cetera. This would be added to the SER's standard budget. The appropriation comes from the general fund. This would be included in the future standard budget. Ask for your approval.
Questions? Seeing none. Question being called on second reading amendment number 33 to Senate File 1. This involves funds. Roll call.
Second reading amendment number 33. Roll call, Anderson. Aye. Baldwin. Aye. Barlow. No. Whitman. No. Boner. No. Bouchard. No. Brennan. No. Case. Aye. Cooper. Aye. Dockstader. Aye. Ellis. No. French. No. Furphy. Aye. Guru. Aye. Hicks. No. Hutchings. No. Ide. No. Jones. Aye. Kinski. No. Colt. No. Landon. Aye. Larson. No. McCune. No. Nethercott. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. No. Schuler. Aye. Scott. No. Steinmetz. No. President Driscoll.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 33. 14 aye, 17 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 33 to Senate File 1 has failed. Will you clerk read the next amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 34, Section 67, University of Wyoming, page 60, line 9 after.
Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 34 to Senate File 1, ask for your approval. This is again for the School of Energy Resources to undertake technology and economic analysis on the feasibility of producing high-grade graphite from coal and other sources. And what they're doing with this is, even though the qualities and the quantities would be small, the qualities would be good, but the quantities would be small compared to what the annual coal production would be, but they're looking for a second product that would come out that might prove to be economical and add another production stream for Wyoming, even in the small quantities due to the high demand for graphite. Now, graphite is kind of a crystal carbon, and it's got some potential uses in many different areas. I know that over in the far west, we're exploring things like this because as we transition to other energy resources, we still have a big old coal mine. We want to find uses for it. So I ask for your favorable approval on this amendment.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Senator Kinski, I'm sorry.
I just had a question. I was curious of the origin of the request, whether it came from somebody in industry, whether it came from somebody at SER. Has it been run by SER? Is this something they welcome or something that we're moving their way uninvited? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Landon.
Just generally, Mr. President, it would be helpful to me as well, just to know a little bit more about. I'm always supportive of the School of Energy Resources. I think it's one of our prime spots that we should invest in, but I'm just having a little bit of trouble getting my arms around these positions. So it would be helpful to know a little bit more. Thank you.
Further questions for the sponsor rises. Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. These kind of projects are key to things that are coming in the future to the state of Wyoming. We need to be out here helping the School of Energy Resources develop these products. And there's a lot of potential uses for things like graphite that are still out there, maybe 2, 3, 5 years away, but we need to start the development of these projects now. So if you have any interest in the growth of Wyoming and any interest in diversification, these are the kind of things we need to be supporting, and we need to support now so that we can grow down the road. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Further questions. Senator Anderson.
Mr. President, the School of Energy Resources are looking for any way they can to diversify coal and make it into other products. Now, this graphite from coal would be a real interesting deal. There are people who want graphite and want it and use it. And if we can make it from coal, they will source it from us. So that's a real big deal for coal if we can figure out how to do that. Now, there isn't anybody figuring that out, how to do that, so that's why SER is trying to figure that out. And this could be a little bit higher volume than it would be for some other products. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a question, the University of Wyoming receives a generally very large block grant. I'm just wondering why additional revenue would need to be specifically carved out for this. Do they not have the flexibility to allocate funds for this study if they'd like to do it on their own? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I can help with that. SCR is not, the School of Energy Resources is not included in the university's block grant. That's funded separately through the legislature.
Thank you. Further questions or answers? For your last time, Senator Dockstader.
Kind of lump it all into one there, and if I were to use an example, you might want to walk past that Senator Anderson's desk, but we're not allowed to do that.
Get closer to your microphone.
I'd walk past Senator Anderson's desk if I were to use an example, but we're not allowed to do that. There's some rapid changes out there happening in coal. I can think of 3 specific areas. I know we're scrambling to rethink the uses of our coal mine as we transition to other energy resources because we still have a lot of coal left. And what they tell me that graphene is a crystal form of carbon, has several layers thin like an atom, has numerous industrial uses. It's also a conductor of electricity and heat. And so what we're asking here is that we can expedite and move this forward rather quickly and make one of Wyoming's products a little more accessible and a little more helpful and financially assist not just one area, but the entire state and business in general with this product. And we've seen some early stages of it. Don't feel like we're that far from it. And they're asking that we have someone in place and a program in place that we can get this taken care of quicker than later. May prove to be economical and another production stream for Wyoming, even in small quantities, due to the high demands of graphite. Ask for your support.
Thank you. Voting on second reading amendment number 34 to Senate File 1. Involves money. Roll call.
Roll call. Amendment number 34, Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? No. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Brennan? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McCune? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Amendment number 34, 18 aye, 13 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 34 to Senate File 1 is passed the Senate. Reading clerk, read the next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 35, Section 67, University of Wyoming, page 60, line 4, after.
Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 35 to Senate File 1. This was a request by the University of Wyoming for $500,000 to market for more teachers and more people to become teachers. It was a 7-5 vote in Appropriations Committee. Your Senate Appropriations Committee was somewhat skeptical of the plans that we heard for the marketing. It didn't seem like to us that it was going to really produce results, particularly not for $500,000. Stand for questions.
Questions? Seeing none. Question being called. We're on second reading amendment number 35 to Senate File 1. Involves money. Roll call, please.
Second reading amendment number 35, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? No. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinsky? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 35, 28 aye, 3 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 35 to Senate File 1 is passed the Senate. Folks, we are at half the time. That is exactly half. We're going to take a 10-minute break and let our staff and everybody take a little break. So we'll stand at ease to the sound of the gavel for 10 minutes. Senator Baldwin.
Mr. President, without objection, I'd like to re-refer Senate File 151, Wyoming Prescription Drug Transparency Act, to the Appropriations Committee. It does have an appropriation in it.
Without objection, so ordered. Reading clerk, read the next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 36, Section 85, Wyoming Business Council, page 73, line 9, under.
Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move second reading amendment number 36 to Senate File 1. This again is a disagreement, a split on the on our committee between our House colleagues and ourselves. Our House colleagues wanted to add this position, the Senate did not. So I'd appreciate an aye vote. Here's what the position is. An agency project manager to design and lead advanced planning processes for multiple high-stakes complex activities. Project manager to design and lead advanced planning processes for multiple high-stakes complex activities. We didn't think that it was compelling enough to spend $141,000 on that, Mr. President. They seem to be getting their work done without adding another position. I'd urge an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Comments? Question being called. We're on second reading amendment number 36 to Senate File 1. Involves money. This will be a roll call.
Second reading amendment number 36, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Whitman? Aye. Boner?
It'll be up tomorrow morning.
Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Baru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Hyde? Aye. Jones? Jones? Jones?
Jones.
Jones? Jones? Aye. Kinski?
Aye.
Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 36, 31 aye.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 36 to Senate File 1 is passed. Next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 9, Section 85, Wyoming Business Council, line 73, beg your pardon, page 73, line 12, under.
Senator Bite.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 9 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this goes in, this is a Section 300 cleanup amendment. Goes in and takes out all new appropriations out of Section 300, except for the inflationary increases to state employee pay. So that I felt that, and the co-sponsors felt that that was a legitimate expense for a supplemental budget, is to take care of that inflation. But the rest of it is new spending in the 300 series, and as the good appropriations chair pointed out on first reading, you got to watch that 300 series. A lot of money moves around. And boy, he was not lying. A lot of money did move around in that 300 series, and it just goes through, takes out, like I said, the new spending, keeps in those inflationary raises for the state employees, which I consider a favorable thing. And then it also takes out, you'll notice on the Section 85, the Wyoming Business Council, I did have that question about that 30 million extra spending that came in on this supplemental budget. This takes that back out, keeps their budget the way it was when we left it last year. Stand for any questions.
Question.
There's going to be a couple.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, on for this amendment. Mr. President, this is unquestionably big money in here, and that's what you see in the section 300s. And Mr. President, I would urge us we did our best to try to draw an amendment that wasn't divisible. I would urge us to not vote it up or vote it down is what we ought to do. Mr. President, the way the process works around here, nobody ever gets everything they want. And this will probably apply here, but this puts us, I think, in good position going forward. And I think if we pass this amendment, we can get this budget under much better control and avoid having to spend a lot of our money that we ought to be saving in this time of very temporary one-time surplus. So I would urge that we adopt this amendment.
Further debate. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for purposes of debate, because I anticipate this might be a minute. To the senator from Bates Creek, I want a specific number. How much should be saved and how much should be appropriated?
Senator Greer.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a lot in this amendment I think a lot of us like. Spending cuts sounds good. There's a lot of things in this amendment I'm sure some of us don't like. Spending on things that are very important. Spending on things that we feel are emergency needs. And there are some that maybe don't feel that much about one way or the other. I can tell you your Senate Appropriations Committee, your Joint Appropriations Committee, was categorically in favor of some of the spending in this amendment. Some things in this amendment they were categorically against. Some, Mr. President, kind of 50-50. The point of it is, while it may sound good at one moment in time, the thing to do here, and what we're tasked to do here, is to look at these and judge them on their merits individually. I would like to see, frankly, us resist this amendment today and ask the good bringers to put pencil to paper and bring us some third reading amendments on each one so we can vote them up and vote them down. Find the ones that we agree with, find the ones we disagree with, debate it all, and make our own judgment on what's best for all of us, all of our constituents, and all of the state of Wyoming. I urge you to resist the easy way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Nethercott for a second time. Senator Dockstader, would you come up and run the desk? Senator Scott, you're on.
Mr. President, to answer the question of how much, my quick calculation is it's somewhat excessive.
Senator Pappas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, frankly, to bring an amendment with the wide scope that this has and really not the ability to speak to, well, we could, I suppose, divide it, as it was said, each line item and divide it and run it and vote on each individual item. But I think that this is not the way to do business in this body. This is not right in my book. Okay, we need to bring these individual items and discuss them, not give me two pieces of paper and say, okay, we're going to cut $30 million out of programs I don't even know how it affects. I think voting for this bill does not do your constituents justice. You're not You're just voting for a cut. And you don't even know what you're cutting. I just think this is not the right way to do business. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to follow down that path. I want each of you, I can't ask you to raise your hands, look me in the eye and tell me if you understand what this bill does, because the explanation does not do what it says it does, this amendment. Talked about reversing 300 lines. So let's start. The last speaker talked about 30 million bucks. Well, by the way, folks, that's line 1. That's general fund decrease 73, line 12. Next line says lines 15 through 22, delete entirely and insert. And guess what this is? This is section 3. And this does not talk about this year's budget. This is 2022 Wyoming session laws. Chapter 51, sections 310A, and creating a new subsection D, 311A, goes on and on and on. So how many of, I didn't see anybody grab a book out there and started opening it up to see what we're actually doing, because this is actually existing law. This is not our budget bill. This is existing law. And so when you go to there, you start on page 2. These are all deleting sections of existing law for the next 44 lines, 44 lines. So I can tell you for me, I didn't have a green book up there. This just got put on my desk this morning. Folks, we're amending laws. We're not amending the budget bill. We're actually going through the budget and we're changing the green books. I encourage you strongly to resist this. If these are necessary items, they should be brought back as probably, it looks to me like probably 20 or 25 amendments that we can actually get up and explain and understand what we're doing. Because I can tell you for one, when I got up this morning, I was confused. Went and talked to the sponsor, thought I was okay. And then I actually started reading it and found out we're messing with statutes. I encourage you to resist this. This reminds you a lot of what a lady from California talked about is, trust me, let's vote for it. And I'll tell you what you actually did later. Encourage you to vote no.
Let's go Ellis, Landon in that order. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to divide the amendment. I'm just kidding.
That motion's denied. Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. Just on a more serious note, to pick up where you left off, and I appreciated the words that you shared. You know, we don't get very much opportunity when we serve on these other committees and do all the work that we do throughout the interim. We don't get the opportunity to learn much about our budget. This is it, right here. We have an opportunity to hear from our colleagues who spend hours and hours down here at the state capitol trying to figure out what they can recommend to us on a budget. And to just blanketly, in this kind of fashion, remove all of that conversation that we have an opportunity to have, voting up or down on each section, that's how we learn about the budget of the state. And especially for those who haven't been around as long as me, and I'm getting a little long in the tooth, but I always look forward, whether I agree or disagree with what we do section by section by section, Mr. President, that's how we learn about this budget. That's how we learn from our colleagues. I hope you'll resist it. Thank you.
Good question. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment isn't that complicated. It just takes out all of the new language in the 300 sections and all of the spending. And yes, we do come down here to debate the budget and to work on the budget, and this is one of the proposed ideas. And so I think it's a due fair consideration. And it would give us a blank slate. So the other point I think to be made from this amendment is sometimes I wonder if we're shorting some of our individual bills and things that other work we have to do when we have such a large budget. And I think that's a fair debate to have too. And so with all due respect to all the opinions in this room, because I think we've had a lot of good debates over the days and over the weeks that we've been here together, and I appreciate everyone's perspective. In fact, I really want you guys to know, all of you to know that. but I think this is a debate worth having as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rothfuss, I want to talk.
Mr. President.
Thank you. I hate to drag this on. We just heard it just affects this year's budget. I still want to answer, why are we going into the green books if it's just this year's budget? Because this year's budget's supplemental. It's what brought forward to us. And this goes section by section through about 9 sections that are in the statutes. And I don't think anything we're adding requires any change to existing statutes. In order to cut back this new funding, all we have to do is eliminate items that are in the governor's budget or what came from appropriations. And what I see in here is going into the session laws, and maybe I'm really confused, but I don't understand why we've got to go into session laws and change existing statutes in order to mess with the spending that came in this surplus that we did not anticipate last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the point of order, Senator Biden.
I want to confer with LSO because I don't think what was said is accurate. I don't want to use my second time just yet. I want to verify the instructions I gave LSO were not to go into the green books and change anything. It was just to pull out the new spending. I want to make sure, and I've seen head nods from people that know what's going on and have talked to LSO and they say, no, that's not true. That's not what this does. Can we pause, get clarification from LSO on what this, so we have accurate information as to what we're voting on?
Yeah, that is correct, but we can pause. So, Mr. President, do you want me to roll or do you want to roll? Sure. Okay. I will rule that we'll stand at ease until the sound of the gavel to do that. We cannot lay it back because we'll be moving to a different section. So that is out of order and that would cause us problems. What we can do is pause for 5 minutes so that the good senator can find out the answer to his question and then have an opportunity to speak for a second time. So stand at ease until the sound of the gavel.
Chris. Senator Scott.
Mr. President, on the relevant to the point of order, we checked it out. We are not affecting anything that's already in statute. It's what goes on is when you say you delete a section that's existing law from a bill, that remains existing law because we're not repealing it. We're not changing anything. So this does not amend anything in the Green Books or amend last year's budget bill when we delete that reference from this bill.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to say that, first off, this is second reading. Near as my basic mathematical skills go, we got one more left. So with that, we can amend things out. But I want to say this. This is the floor's chance to debate these items that, frankly, I never got a chance to talk about it. It happened, and I'm not taking away anything from the committee. I'm saying this is the floor's chance. And if the floor wants to strip out a whole bunch and we can go back on third reading and put it back in, and when it's justified, item by item, I'm fine with that. I think that's the way, frankly, in this situation should work. But this is the body's decision. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Guru.
President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess, for me, it is a question of leadership. It is a question, very much so. I'm glad we got straightened out about the Green Books, and I'm sure that is just indicative of the confusion that an amendment like this can bring. But leadership, isn't just about saying I'm conservative and I'm going to cut. It's about, frankly, I'm sorry, it's just an easy way out. No is the easiest thing to say in this room. No means inaction. No means we're not going to do it. No means we're not going to spend. No is easy. Leadership means what are we going to spend and how are we going to spend it? How are we going to work, build schools? How are we going to take care of the people in this state? This amendment talks about saving money, putting money in savings versus putting money in permanent mineral trust. These are philosophical issues that we've been grappling with for years. And it's bigger than one vote. It's bigger than one amendment. It deserves a full airing. I think a lot of us agree, the Senate in the last few years has agreed to put more money in permanent mineral trust fund savings and putting less in the hands of politicians to spend. I'm proud of that. To a certain level, I am proud of it. But this is like, swatting a fly with an axe. Gets the job done, but it gets awful messy. Let's take a look at this on third reading. Let's take a look at it in individual pieces, and let's talk about the issues that are before us on and against the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, this is just part of the process, and this thing's got a long, long ways to go, folks. If you pass it, there's going to be third readings amendments. If you don't pass it, there's going to be third reading amendments. Some of those will pass, some of them will fail. And then we'll get to third reading, and then we're going to vote on a budget bill. And then the House will vote on a budget bill, our colleagues down there, and we'll have disagreements with them. And then we'll send a conference committee to go down there and sort it all out. So I don't look at this as it's the process is not going to live or die whether you pass or fail this. The process will go on. We'll have the debates on every one of these one way or another. Mr. President, just vote your conscience, but it's just another amendment, and there'll be third reading amendments, and then we'll have a vote on the budget, and then we'll do conference committee. It's got a long ways to go, folks.
Senator Rothfuss.
Yep, go ahead. One moment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on and against the amendment. And Mr. President, it does come down to process, and it is true the world will not end. The sun will rise if we pass this amendment. Sun will rise if we don't pass this amendment. But in terms of how much work we want to do and how much chaos we want to sow for third reading, having a baseline, which is an agreement between the two chambers, as the starting position that then moves to third reading for further debate and consideration, and that then serves as the basis for conference committee, Mr. President, in my view, is a better approach than throwing the doors open. And there's a few things that I want to remind the chamber. First of all, as we're voting on this, it is true, at least I believe it's true, that nobody, even the appropriators, are entirely sure what would happen if we were to pass this amendment and sustain it. If anyone in here knows exactly what would take place and how that would change the budget, I am very impressed. I know that I don't. So I would be voting effectively up or down on something that I don't fully understand, and I tend to like to understand and focus the debate on the point that I'm voting on before I vote on it. But what I do know, Mr. President, from years in this chamber, I have probably been the source of more disagreement with the Joint Appropriation Committees over the years than maybe anyone else. I don't know, it's something I aspire to. But at the same time, what I know is that what's even worse tends to be, regrettably, no offense to my good friends on the Appropriations Committee, when we just hand it all to the Joint Conference Committee and they work between the two positions and I never get to weigh in again. Because that's how it happens every year. Any difference between the two chambers is open season for the conference committee that you never get to debate again as a chamber. We basically voted up or voted down, where what I mean is voted up. That's how it's going to go from here. So if you truly want to just give all of the authority back to the conference committee, Mr. President, rather than debate these issues directly here in the chamber, this is the amendment for you. I really don't want to do that. I want to know what I'm voting on. I want to find the middle ground. There probably are some revisions here that I would support. There certainly are some that I wouldn't support. And there are some that I know that the appropriators support, particularly some of the early 300 series. So there could be good debate on this. But starting from a baseline position of chaos and then having to come to third reading, and third reading on the budget is probably the only more excruciating reading on the budget than second reading. But if you want to come back to third reading, do all of this again, start from scratch and rebuild a budget that's already been built by our good friends and colleagues that we look to them and we know that they understand these issues and they've spent countless hours on them. So while we might disagree on nuance, and I certainly disagree on more than nuance, I think as a baseline starting point, let's leave the budget intact and find ways to amend it rather than scrap it and rebuild, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, I think my biggest concern about this is honestly the school construction for Cheyenne. We've had conversations about the way the process works. This is the process. This is the process. This is our process. I'm going to beg all of you to consider the overcrowding, the growth of Cheyenne. We need to have places to put our children. That's an inevitable fact. You can turn your face from it, you can deny it, but that's what's happening in my community. And I have kids in these public schools. So do I care about making sure that all kids in this town have seats? Absolutely. But year in, year out, as this city grows, we're going to be having the same conversation, and we're unique in that. Most states, the city of Cheyenne, the county of Laramie, we'd be having that conversation. We'd be going to the ballot box to look at bonds and trying to figure that out on our own. And we'd have to ask our voters, what do you guys think? Do we need another school? But that's not what we do in Wyoming. And we're going to have this conversation year in and year out as Cheyenne grows. So do I care about this? Absolutely. But this is the fight we're going to have year in, year out. If you don't care about crowding in my community, I'll always care about it. So let's get ready. Let's keep having this argument. On and against the amendment.
Further discussion. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and against the amendment, obviously. I guess as a new member of the Appropriations Committee, it's been a challenge really to understand how to make a budget that satisfies the majority, recognizing the responsibility to both save and spend. But what I am hearing through the course of this session, and particularly now on the supplemental budget, is a good portion of this chamber who votes no every time on any appropriation except for a small minority. And there seems to be the rationale, this policy, we're not to appropriate money in a supplemental budget unless there's an emergency. So do you really want to do that? Because we can. I need to know if you're all in or if you're all out. I need to know. My question was not rhetorical, because it appears I'm negotiating with myself, and I find that very frustrating. What is an appropriate amount to save? Of course, that conversation is more complex because we have multiple savings accounts. How much should we appropriate? 30 million for scholarships for K through 12, 45 million for scholarships for higher ed. Both are in front of you today, having to vote on. Half of you voted aye on one, half of you voting no on the other. What is the compromise position? Is it all or nothing? It's easy to say we spend too much and don't save enough. We will be saving the greatest amount in our history than we have done in decades this supplemental budget session. That reality is right here, and any allegation to the contrary is just not true. So I need to know who will continue to carry the water for the state of Wyoming, recognizing we have to do some spending, recognizing the spending that is not agreed to by all is not irresponsible spending, nor does it indicate that those spending are not saving. I'm tired of negotiating with myself. Give me some numbers. Or is it really all or nothing? And if it's all or nothing, let's put the pedal to the metal to see how that falls.
Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got some good news.
Wow.
This is more time than we've spent on the Section 300s in the last 8 years I've been here. That's great news. These Section 300s used to go on for many more pages than they do now. And there used to be all kinds of earmarks hidden in them that nobody knew anything about. It was a magic show getting that budget wave through. And now we're getting down to where the real money is. I would like you to vote no. I don't think it's the end of the world. If you vote no, then we finish the rest of the amendments. I go into LSO and I say, I need an amendment to put back all those things, and we'll debate them one by one. If you vote yes, it's not the end of the world. The sponsors just go to LSO and say, bring these things out as individual amendments, and we'll debate them tomorrow one by one. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I prefer that they did the work rather than me. That's why I vote no. I ask you to vote no, but a debate on major maintenance, tell you how we came to that, Department of Health carryover, school CapCon, tell you how we can have that debate. It's just a matter of whether they want to bring these as individual amendments or whether you pass this and I have to bring them as individual amendments, Mr. President. I would prefer a no vote. I'd ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Kinski. Further debate. Senator Hutchins.
Mr. President, during that little discussion, I went through all this, and it's not as scary as it looks. It's a lot of deleting, like it said, new sections in the law that we're trying to actually put into law with the budget amendment. I'm no on a lot of things because I'm trying to stand by promises, or should I say statements that I made, because I try not to make promises, but just statements. And I feel okay about what I'm doing, voting no, and it's my right to vote no, because that's why the people voted for me, because they thought I would say no in certain instances. And if you spend just a little bit of time on this amendment, you'll see it's not as bad as it looks. All the time I'm talking, you could have been through it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dockstader.
Standing in opposition, Mr. President. As I go through this, we're talking matching funds. We're talking about communities who have stepped up to the plate with their own money in hopes that the state would help them put together these projects. And it's time to acknowledge that work, the ground level, and oppose this amendment, standing against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate. For your second time, sponsor, Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good debate. Again, it's second reading. This is our first crack at the budget. No need for the absolute anger and hostility towards those of us who may have a different point of view. Last time I checked, we're a deliberative body and we make tough decisions and we have different ideas and we can debate respectfully. Let's try to maintain that decorum and respect when somebody has a different idea than you do. I certainly try to uphold that. I don't think I've ever stepped out of line. If I have, I apologize. But all this does, and again, I'll explain it again. I told LSO, pull out all the new spending that this supplemental budget has in it, take it out of the 300s. Keep a couple things in there that we need for inflation. There's something in there about the a DEQ thing that didn't need to come out, so we left that in there. This is just a policy choice on spending and savings. There are some of us that believe we should, instead of spend this money, it should go into permanent savings. How are you going to do that? You got to pull it out of the budget on second reading, so on third reading, we could put it in the savings. We'll have that debate on third reading if this budget amendment passes. We'll have it on third reading if it fails, like Senator Kinski said. One of us is going to end up doing the work. It's just a matter of who wins on this particular thing. But we talk about fighting. No, we're not fighting. We're debating calmly, thoughtfully, civilly. That's what we do here. Let's clean it up. I'm talking decorum. I'm talking addressing the chair and not staring down the person you're mad at while you're talking, and just have an honest debate over spending versus savings and how we're going to do it and what the best way to do it is, Mr. President. So I'm on and for this. I hope you are too. We'll continue to work this budget through the process, and I just offer you my idea, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Biteman, wise words. You can't call senators by name off the floor on second.
My apologies.
Not that I'm beating you up. I'm trying to be good about it. So we're on second reading, amendment number 9 to Senate File 1. Roll call.
Second reading amendment number 9, roll call. Anderson? No. No. Baldwin? No. No. Barlow? No. No. Biteman?
Aye.
Aye. Boner? No. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. No. Cooper? No. No. Dockstetter? No. No. Ellis? No. No. French? Aye. Aye. Murphy? No. No. Guru? No. No. Hicks? Aye. Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Aye. Ide? Aye. Aye. Jones? Aye. Aye. Kinski? No. Cole? Aye. Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. No. Salazar?
No.
No. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Second reading amendment number 9, 13 aye, 18 no.
By your votes, second reading amendment number 9 to Senate File 1 has failed. Read clerk will read the next amendment.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 37, Section 85, Wyoming Business Council, page 73, line 12, under.
Senator Biteman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move second reading amendment number 37 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Since the last amendment went down, this was part of the last amendment that failed going into the Business Council. It takes that $30 million that was proposed extra spending and pulling that back out and keeping them at their current budget for the rest of the biennium. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Question being called. Voting on second read amendment number 37 to Senate File 1. Involves money. There'll be a roll call. If we're a little slow on roll call, the computers are slow today, so don't blame it on the chief clerk, blame it on me. We're not in a hurry, Ellen.
The 30 million we're talking about is the 30 million.
No, you can't.
Oh, we're done?
We're done.
Oh, okay.
No, you do that, I'm gonna throw you out.
Second reading amendment number 37, roll call. Anderson? No. No. Baldwin?
No.
No. Barlow? No. Whitman?
Aye.
Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinsky? No. Cole? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 37, 17 aye, 14 no.
By your vote, second read amendment number 37 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Clerk will read the next amendment.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 38, Section 85, Wyoming Business Council, page 73, line 14, delete.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I move second reading amendment number 38 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable considerations, members. This goes into a section that hasn't been funded for 8 years. We had a program at one time, Mr. President, called the Community Facilities Program. We got rid of that program 8 years ago. And so, having previously sat on the Appropriations Committee and did the initial budget hearings with the agencies, this was never brought to any of us. It was not brought to the Joint Appropriations Committee, and it wasn't asked for by the Business Council. I never saw a list of projects that would be funded underneath this. This just shows up. And Mr. Chairman, I'm just wondering why all of a sudden we put money into a program that the agency didn't ask for, the governor didn't ask for, wasn't profiled in his budget, just miraculously shows up. And Mr. Chairman, I just need an explanation as to why we're resurrecting a program, and when I don't know that anybody on the floor has a list of what those projects were that were presented to the Business Council for this funding. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't know that we need an explanation, but I think you have elucidated my concerns. But ask for your favorable consideration on this, Mr. President.
Senator Rothfuss, could you approach? I'm going to answer. Senator Nethercott, while we're doing it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a question for the sponsor of the amendment, as indicated, a former member of the Appropriations Committee. Wasn't here for the testimony in the interim, but if the program hadn't been used for years, why wasn't the program eliminated previously by the committee? Or why is it existing today, and oversight, any history on that whatsoever?
Thank you, Senator Nethercott. Mr. President?
Thank you. I'm going to give a bit of an explanation. I can tell you why the money came into it, and it'll come in the future. The first part of this was this program was used in one of the communities in my district for a project that they did rehabilitation on a building. And they were told by the Business Council that they would like to split the program and that they should come back after they completed it to do the other half of it. And the years passed that they did it, and the community came back, and the Business Council said, this program doesn't exist anymore. We've changed the function of it, and it's not there. And by the way, this is a project there's no way that the community can complete without the business council following through. $2.5 million. And the appropriations committee did know, I came and talked to them. I asked for the business council to follow through and to finish funding that project. Not for any additional, I'm not sure where the other money came from. This is about $2.5 million. I asked for it. More money showed up. I'm in favor of this amendment. I don't think it needs to be at 7.395 million, but I do believe that they need to follow through on what they had told the community where I live at as far as finishing the project. And that will probably be the last thing that goes into the community facilities program, because they have taken a different tact. That era, those were grants kind of to work on projects in the towns that really didn't have major economic impact. And they've moved to employment. When they look at their new programs under the Business Council, they're trying to drive money back into your community. So that's my explanation. Someone may get up after me to further explain, but that is mine, and I'm upfront about it. This is a project I brought. It wasn't brought by the committee, and it wasn't brought by the Business Council. It was me trying to get them to follow through on what they'd told the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Further discussion? Senator Kinski, to you.
So the rest of the story is, one of the members of the Appropriation Committee on the other side saw an opportunity to earmark a project in their district. So it went from 2.5 million to 7.5 million. Why is the program still here? I don't know. Why do you still have your appendix? You don't need it. It's just, they quit using this program 8 years ago. And, just nobody ever got around to repealing it off the books. The Business Council does not do this sort of thing anymore. I think you heard me when we were walking through the budget first time. The Business Council, people complained that it was just, local water and sewer infrastructure, little water projects, and they said, Business Council, either do some true economic development or we're going to shut you down. So they heard the message, and they don't do little community water and sewer projects. They don't do this sort of thing anymore. It's sat there for 8 years. They've tried to get out of this business. That's the rest of the story. I hear what the president said, and I was sympathetic to the case. I've seen that happen. They got halfway through the project, and the Business Council changed their MO. And so I think that's a great argument for 2.5 million, maybe going in on third reading. Thank you, Mr. President.
Good question. Question being called. We are on second reading amendment number 38 to Senate File 1. This will be a roll call vote.
Second reading amendment number 38, Anderson? No. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? No. Whitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski?
Aye.
Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Cooper? No to aye. Close. Barlow? No to aye. Closing vote. Schuler? No to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 38, 27 aye, 4 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 38, Senate File 1, has passed the Senate. Reading clerk, read the next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 10, Section 101, Supreme Court, page 76, line 4 after.
Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. I would move second reading amendment number 10 to Senate File 1. Fellow senators, this is a request that comes from your judicial branch. It was considered, I believe, in December. I did not sit in on that meeting, nor was I your judiciary chairman at that time. But it was revisited to me, and I bring it for your consideration today. Unlike the other two branches of government, the judiciary branch really does not have agency representatives and the various legislators around, and so I'm kind of advocating on their behalf. The Chief Justice has requested this position because, frankly, the workload over there, it simply makes sense for us to add a position there to do some of the many things that are required in the administrative function of the judicial branch. When you have the kind of numbers that they do in a branch of government, this administration handles the needs of managing the employees, doing the business with outside vendors, businesses and government entities. But more important, having some of the judges peel off to take care of some of these staff duties. Frankly, I was compelled to bring you this on that notion alone. I think our judges have better things that they can be doing, and I really commend this position to you. There's a long list of things, Mr. President, that the judicial branch has to deal with. Two things that are familiar to me in my former professional life are the Americans with Disabilities Act, Title IX issues. These are federal compliance issues that take a lot of time. They take some professionalism to develop briefs and to interact with the federal government. But, you know, everything from Fair Labor Standards Act to the Family Medical Leave Act, so many things that come to that office. You know, we're gonna ask that they take on the treatment courts. That's on us, that's on me. I promoted that legislation with you. But honestly, folks, I think this one deserves our support. I trust the Chief Justice on this one. I think she's been good with our money, good with her staff. I really commend this position to you. I hope you'll support the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will simply tell the body that the JAC did look at this. We denied it. We're trying to be responsible. You know, I don't think, I appreciate the chairman of Judiciary, but we're trying to be responsible. You've seen already this budget. We gave the Supreme Court a great deal of what they wanted. This is one position we said no to, and I would ask you to affirm the JAC on this. Thank you.
Chairman Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am one of the members of the fan club of the Chief Justice, and I voted to give a lot to the court, not everything. This is one that I just can't bring myself to vote for. I think this person might have 2 or 3 months worth of work and then would be one of the most underemployed employees in the judicial branch. And I base that on the fact that I worked for my family's convenience store chain as corporate counsel. We had 125 stores. And when I first got there, they thought, man, we've got all these federal claims for disability and ADA and FMLA all over the place. We just put together some policies and procedures so that people understood what they needed to do a little bit of training, took care of the problem. So I went online, and what I found is Wyoming's a little state, but other states have already crossed this bridge. You can find complete procedure manuals for court systems in other states where they answer the questions they have. When do I have to provide an interpreter? When do I have to make an ADA accommodation for somebody in a wheelchair? When do I have to provide an interpreter for the deaf? It's all there. In addition, there's national judicial conferences that the Supreme Court pays dues to belong to. I think this could be remedied in fairly short order, probably by going to outside counsel and having something put together out of a lot of existing materials. I know the judges think that it's just a whole bunch of stuff coming at them, but when you start sorting through it, it's probably about 24 things that just keep popping up over and over and over again. So on and against the amendment.
Their testimony. Question being called. Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. I have to push back just a little bit with my good friend from Sheridan County. Having gone through, what is going to be expected of this position, I think it is warranted. Everything from researching and drafting memos, contract drafting and compliance, performance and discipline issues. As I said, Title IX, Disabilities Act. Folks, this is an entire branch of government which is lean and pretty darn mean, and they've taken good care of our budgets. Once again, I hope you'll support the Chief Justice on this one. Vote aye on the amendment. Thank you.
Question being called. We're on second reading budget amendment number 10 to Senate File 1. Ball's money. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Second reading amendment number 10, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? No. Barlow? No. Beitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Brennan? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Garoop? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Kinski? No. Kolb? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 10, 11 aye, 20 no.
By your vote, second read amendment number 10 to Senate File 1 has failed the Senate. Reading clerk will read the next amendment.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 39, Section 101, Supreme Court. Page 76, line 14, delete.
Senator Jones.
Mr. President, I move second reading amendment number 39 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment deletes the salary adjustments of Supreme Court justices, district court judges, and circuit court judges. Mr. President, I am not saying that these fine judges don't deserve a raise increase. I am questioning the need for this in the supplemental budget. This is neither an emergency item nor an item that cannot be postponed until the next budget session.
Further, Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for the body's information, the salary increases, I'll repeat what I mentioned the other day. The salary increase for the Supreme Court would be a 7% increase. For district courts, it would be a 7% increase. And for the circuit court judges, it would be a 6% increase. And I will also mention to you that the Senate Appropriations Committee was not unanimous in this decision.
Thank you. Further testimony. Senator Case.
Well, Mr. President, thank you. More on the general issue of why we have a supplemental budget. We are kind of a big state, and I don't know, Mr. President, if you've been reading, but there's been this thing called inflation. And I don't know if you're aware, Mr. President, of how high gasoline prices are, energy prices, cost of anything. Have you been to the grocery stores? Anybody bought eggs? Mr. President, I went down to buy some eggs. I like eggs. $6 for a dozen. It wasn't even the good eggs. And, Mr. President, it's a big, complicated state. And a biennial budget doesn't work as well as you think. And to be brand new and come in here and think that we've never had supplemental budgets before is not correct. But we especially need it when prices are increasing. And we also need it during times when in the past, we did a lot of cutting, Mr. President. We cut $1 billion out of the state of Wyoming budget. We put some of it back, especially in the Department of Health. But we are playing catch-up ball. And it's just a really complicated thing. You think this budget's complicated, you wait till you see the one next year. So we have to kind of make adjustments when things are on the table. And I hope that's helpful. But there's nothing wrong with having a supplemental budget. And we can't pretend like we shouldn't even be doing this. Just vote it down and everything will be okay. That might have been true in some years. It's not true this year. It's been a roller coaster of revenues up, down, COVID, federal funds, cuts to programs, and restoring programs. It's just gigantic. And I hope we can hang in and see it through and look at everything on the merits. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there another comment?
Mr. President, thank you. The inflationary adjustments for all the other state employees was not removed from that last omnibus budget amendment. I'm assuming that that is supported, recognizing the concerns of inflation, similarly to the senator from Fremont County indicated. This increase would be consistent, again, with all other state employees. Is that not okay? Is that not okay for them to be treated similarly to other state employees? If not, why not? Because I believe that it is. I also want you to look at that dollar amount and do the math in your own minds of whether or not those percentages you just heard are consistent with the appropriation. They are not. The appropriation is $877,000. That's it, $877,000. Why is that, maybe? It's because many of those judges won't be eligible to receive any increases in compensation during their terms as a result of the staggered requirements associated with increases in that compensation. Again, the court is asking for $877,000, consistent with inflationary increases with similar state employees. This was a JAC position. This is in the budget, which is why there's an amendment now to try to take it out. On and against the amendment.
Seeing no further testimony. We are on second reading amendment number 39 to Senate File 1. It involves money. This will be a roll call vote.
Second reading amendment number 39, Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Barlow? No. Beitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstader? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? No. Garou? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinsky? No. Kolb? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salzar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Hicks, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 39, 8 aye, 23 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 39 to Senate File 1 has failed to pass the Senate. Reading clerk will read the next amendment.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number
Senator
11.
Rothfuss.
Section 205, Education, School Finance, page 81, line 4, under.
Mr. President,
Senator Rothfuss, I move second reading amendment number 11 to Senate File 1. Folks, I won't be very verbose on this. This brings the ECA back up to the full amount. This body, through the years, has made a commitment to fund education fully. And what this does is brings us in alignment with what our commitment's been made. We said that when the consultants recommended where we would be out on inflationary pressures, similar to what we've been talking on the wages, except this goes through other areas. This brings us back to full funding on the ECA to fulfill our commitment. I strongly encourage you to vote yes. Let's support our education system and do the right thing. I'd stand for questions.
thank you, Mr. President. Questions, discussion? Senator Scott.
Mr. President, this is a difficult amendment, and I'll try my best to explain my position on it as your education chairman. Mr. President, we're dealing here with a block grant. And Mr. President, in that block grant, there's quite a number of escalators that keep driving it up and up and up. And we've had a situation over the years where our spending has gotten to the point where I don't think it's doing the quality of our education any good. That we're not getting the results that we should be, given the level of spending. I think the extra spending has not been good. And we've got a situation where when we've tried to reduce that in the past, you hit a stone wall over, and the other side, we just can't get anything done because they can just say no and get their way. And Mr. President, the last recalibration attempt, there was a further complication with the feds threw in a great big temporary grant program with maintenance of effort and maintenance of equity problems in there that nobody understood. And that complicated things. We really couldn't get anything done 2 years ago. I think that the level of the inflation was at the level that we consultants recommended, which is what it's reflected in this amendment. But I think that we shouldn't fund the full, full recommendation because I think the districts are in a position the districts are in a position to fund some of it out of the excess. So I think the Appropriations Committee came to the right point. And I would urge us to defeat this amendment and support the Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Additional discussion on Amendment 11. Go ahead, Senator Doxter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in full support of this. We're overdue, especially the last 2 years. First time ever in almost my 4 decades living out west. We have teachers who come, they say, we want to be a part of the schools in Wyoming, but they can no longer afford to live here on a teacher's salary. It's all changed. And I have had this conversation the last 2 years with my school administrators, my school board, repetitive times. It's no longer working. Say the districts have this ability, it hasn't worked in the past. We've gone through times when we haven't found agreement. This is long overdue. It's time for this body to get behind our educators. I know you find that surprising for me to say over all the years we've worked on this. It's time for this body to get behind their educators and fully fund the ECA. On and for this amendment, ask for your support.
Thank you, Senator Dockstetter. Further discussion? Senator Landon, over to you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a couple of quick thoughts on this. I stand in full support of this. I agree with what's been said by my friend from the Western Front. You know, I haven't been on the Education Committee for about 4 years now, but prior to leaving that committee, what we were beginning to hear even back then was a little bit alarming. And frankly, I come from a big district. I don't flaunt that. I don't beat the chest over it. I try to support all of those districts out across the state. I worry about some of our smaller districts. I really do. Honestly, we've got a teacher shortage. We're having trouble finding some of the other categories of employees for our school districts out there. We've got to put as many tools in the toolbox for these districts as we can to catch them back up. Or I'll tell you what, folks, we're going to wake up one of these days and we're going to be in trouble in a handful of our districts if we don't pay attention. This is part of paying attention. I strongly support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Landon. Further discussion before the sponsor rises? Senator Cooper, to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to come before you today and speak for 23% of the school districts in the state of Wyoming. That's what I represent. Of those 23% of the districts, five of them are among the smallest in the state, and they are absolutely struggling to find the teachers they need because they can't pay where they need to be. This will help them. We've got personnel in the classroom that are non-certified teachers in several of these districts. It's an embarrassment that the state of Wyoming can't step up or wouldn't step up and support our education system. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Cooper. Senator Beitman, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't read in here anywhere where this is earmarked to the teachers. I know we want to support our teachers, but this is a block grant. And I believe this ups the ECA to 70+ million total above what this is above and beyond what the Appropriations Committee has come with us to. So keep in mind, this doesn't go to just the teachers. This goes as a block grant to the districts. And so I don't want you to think that if you're voting for this, you're voting for the teachers. It's up to the district to decide how that money gets allocated.
Thank you, Senator Beitman. For the discussion, Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good points made all the way around. I think the biggest thing we forget about is an ECA takes care of inflation for everything, not just for teacher salaries, but for, supplies, all kinds of programs, the price of gas. Inflation is hitting everybody. And granted, I don't think the block grant is the answer to everything we need to do and maybe change to some degree with how we do that. And obviously, I think we need to take a look at our finance, our school finance in a little different light. But this basically takes care of inflation and not just for salaries, for a little bit of everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Schuler. Any further? Yes, go ahead, Senator Dockstetter, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick follow-up. My district is looking for that grant because they want to focus those funds on their teachers. Ask for your support.
Thank you, Senator Dockstetter. Any further? Seeing none, back to you. Oops, my apologies, Senator Salazar. I thought you were just sitting down. My apologies. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to emphasize again that the Joint Appropriations Committee did up the ECA to $43.6 million. When I talked to my school district in my area, I told them I was going to support an ECA increase. And the increase currently approved by the Joint Appropriations Committee was $43.6 million. So it is an increase. And I think it's something, I think the 43.6 is a beginning of helping our teachers. I have teachers in small communities like Du Bois. They're going to get an ECA increase. The Joint Appropriations Committee took that into account. That's why the number is at 43 million for an increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Salazar. Further questions, further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. President, for your second time. Oh, 1 second, my apologies. I turned on the wrong mic.
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman. Great discussion on education. Love it. It's good. I support my Appropriations Committee unequivocally. I think they've done one unbelievable job on the budget. But folks, this isn't about block grants. It's not about education. You guys get upset when the federal government tells you they're going to do something, they don't do it. Because we all know it happens all the time. Promise you, do this, and then they don't follow through. What this ECA is a follow through on a promise of this body. We said, due to some things that, we said we will follow what comes through. That's what the ECA is. It isn't about what goes to the classroom. It's not about other things. It's about funding properly what we made a commitment to do in the state of Wyoming. You look in the mirror and read the Code of the West and tell me, are you going to follow through on your commitment or are you not? And if you're not going to, be prepared as we go down the path. The constituents are going to say, I'm not sure if I trust you or not because you told us you'd do this and now you've decided you didn't want to. I encourage you to do the right thing. You stand behind, follow the Code of the West, do what we promised, and if you want to fight about block grants and other type of things, we can do that different time, different place, but follow through on our promise. We made a promise of what we do. Let's do the right thing and follow through on that promise. I encourage you to vote yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question is on second reading amendment number 11 to Senate File 1. There are dollars involved. Roll call.
Second reading amendment number 11, Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Brennan? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? No. Jones? No. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Trappus? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Hutchings? Aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 11, 18 aye, 13 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 11 has passed to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 12, Section 205, Education School Finance. Delete the first.
Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Based on our action on that previous amendment, I respectfully withdraw this amendment.
Thank you. Without objection, second reading amendment number 12 to Senate File 1 is withdrawn. Next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 13, Section 206, Department of Education, page 83, line 13, after.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second read amendment number 13. I hope that's not unlucky to Senate file number 1. Folks, what this does is adds 2 positions to the Department of Education. One of the positions is a transfer internally, the second one is funded, and this ties back to 2 positions that are necessary to enact the charter school funding until their funding stream kicks in. So this does create 1 new position and authorizes 1 to be moved within the department. It's a fairly critical component of the charter school funding. I'd ask for your favorable consideration. Would stand for questions.
Discussion on second reading amendment number 13. Senator Landon, to you.
Mr. Chairman, just real quickly, I'm gonna be right behind the enthusiasm of my president here, but I do have to rise and remember with you. I was on the Appropriations Committee a few years ago, and I can remember how difficult it was, and we got rid of some of these positions in the Department of Education, and so we're back to filling those seats again, and so just a little cautionary note there, but I'm going to follow the lead and support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Landon. Further discussion? Senator Boner first, then Senator Barlow.
Just a quick clarification, Mr. Chairman, is this a one-time expenditure that will cease at the end of the biennium?
Thank you, Senator Boner. Senator Barlow, to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that was the one part of my question. Second part is this anticipating some other piece of legislation actually passing? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Barlow. Senator Beitman.
Boy, they keep stealing my thunder one by one. Those were 2 of my questions.
I'm sure you've got a third.
Third would be, shouldn't this be in the fiscal note of said bill that we were still in the process of debating instead of in the budget? That's my question.
Thank you, Senator Beitman. Any further questions for the president before he takes his second time? Any further questions? Seeing none, Mr. President, to you.
Great questions. Really appreciate it. The answer is no, it's needed either way. We've actually got the charter schools there, and we still need it one way or the other. It doesn't matter if it goes or not. We've got to have something that administers within that. It's necessary. It will end up in second. Yes, it is a ongoing expense. I would anticipate, assuming there's more coming in, that actually there'll be funding comes back into the department that will change over time, but will not be there until the charter schools get in place. Last question to the fellow that supported me very well from Casper. Sometimes you got to spend money to do the right thing and get programs stood up and going, and hopefully we're pulling it back out at some point in time. But we do have to do it right, folks. I am looking at education, and I don't want to go down the path that we short the place to where we're actually not doing the right thing or getting the rules administered the way they need to. Do not want to create an undue burden on the Department of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question is on second reading amendment number 13 to Senate File 1. There is a financial impact. Roll call.
Roll call on the amendment. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? No. Beitman? Aye. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 13, 27 aye, 7 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 13 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Excuse me. Yes, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you. Could the chief clerk please re-announce the vote? I heard 27-7. I think others did as well. That seems like.
I did, 34. This is
Yeah.
a strong, strong bill.
It seemed like an awkward election at that point, yeah.
The vote for second reading amendment number 13 was 24 aye, 7 no.
That adds up, right?
That's better. By your votes, second reading amendment number 13, Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Reading clerk will read the next amendment.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 40, Section 38, Wyoming Gaming Commission, page 86, line 11, after.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move second reading amendment number 40 to Senate File number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This position, actually, I think when the Gaming Commission was first set up, this was taken out a little bit later because of budget concerns. Obviously, our budget's in a lot better shape now, but what this person would do, as you think about it, our Wyoming gaming programs are growing, and so the risks of cybersecurity and identity theft and online fraud crimes, they become more prevalent. So this person would be responsible for investigations concerning crimes and other illegal gaming violations. They'll probably have to wear multiple hats because they'll be working with the horses at the tracks, and also multi-jurisdictional investigations that would be related to online crime and gaming fraud. So just to give you a little reminder of what the mission of the Wyoming Gaming Commission is, it's the protection of the wagering public and of the health and the safety and welfare of the participants in all lawful gaming and parimutuel activity. So I hope you will join me in putting this position back in. Thank you.
Senator Kinski.
President, the Gaming Commission asked for 4 new positions. We gave them 3. That's not too bad, right? 75%. The reason that we backed off this one is and I respect what the senator from the southwest corner just read, that's not what we heard. We heard that this officer was going to get thousands of pages of line after line of transactions and was going to manually go through them looking for suspicious activity. We were just incredulous that anybody could do that, and why you wouldn't hire a service that does that by computer was completely beyond this. So if now instead it's going to be that description, they need to come back next budget cycle and justify this position, because they most certainly did not justify it based on what we heard. But they still have 3 new positions. One other thing, just to correct for the record, my colleague said our revenues are in pretty good shape. This actually comes out of the gambling revenues. This is paid out of the gambling. It doesn't come out of the general fund, so it supports itself. Just a point of clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further testimony. Senator Colby, you want to testify? No. Very good. Question being called. We're on second reading amendment number 40 to Senate File 1. This does involve money. Roll call.
Second reading amendment 40, Anderson? No. No. Baldwin? No. No. Barlow? Aye. Whitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks?
No.
No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Kinski?
No.
No. Cole? No. Landon? No. Larson? No. McEwen?
No.
No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss?
No.
No. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott?
No.
No. Steinmetz? No. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Closing vote? Closing vote closed. On the amendment, 2 aye, 29 no.
By your vote, Senate amendment number 40 to Senate File 1 has failed the Senate. Next amendment, please. Senator Kinski.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 41, Section 300, page 87, line 15, delete.
Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 41 to Senate File 1. Urge the body's favorable consideration. This is the Wyoming Tomorrow Scholarship Fund. The budget puts $40 million into it. This is one where we diverged with our House colleagues, and they plain flat outvoted us. So it's in the budget now. And I understand some of you may be in favor of the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Fund. What we need is a little bit of wiggle room. There's 40 million in there. I don't know what's going to come back from the other side, but we need to zero this out so we've got a little bit of maneuvering room when we go to conference committee. I would urge a favorable vote.
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could somebody remind the body how much money is already in the fund, if any? Thank you.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, there's 10 million that we put in last year. It's in the fund. You have to get up to 50 million to be able to start the program. We put that in the program in order to have enough volume to justify the administrative costs involved. So as I understand the budget bill as it stands right now, it'll bring it up to that 50 million and the program will in fact start. On and against this particular amendment, Mr. President, this is savings. You're putting this into a constitutionally protected endowment fund. It can't be rated. That is taking the surplus money that we've got right now and putting it into a permanent savings. In this case, I think our brethren got it right. And I think that it's important that we get this done. That program has been very effective. In other states, been tried. It was tried here on a small scale with private money from a foundation, quite successful. It needs to get going because it will do us an enormous amount of good helping people that need the extra education to get the kind of jobs that we need in this economy of ours. So, Mr. President, on and against this amendment.
Senator Scott. Further to Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and for the amendment. It's putting money into savings for one thing, but we're immediately getting 100% rate of return on our savings with the matching funds. Anytime we can get that kind of return, I think it's something we really need to consider. Thank you, sir.
For the testimony. Senator Hicks, Majority Floor Leader Hicks.
Mr.
You'd let me go
President,
home?
Mr. President, on and for the amendment, and just to, and all the time I've been here, I've never had the opportunity to provide a little clarification for my colleague from Natrona County. This is not a constitutional trust, it's a statutory trust. And so, in any time out in the future, it could potentially be rated, but just for clarification on that. So folks, we have what we call the white rod, and it projects out the rest of this biennium, the next biennium, and then we'll get into 25 and 26. And so with the actions that we've taken on the ECA for the schools, and you project that out because that doubles next biennium, you look at school construction costs, you look at school major maintenance costs, and by the time we get to 25, 26, we're break even again to fund K through 12 education. And so what's that mean for you folks that are going to be sitting here? You're going to be looking at potentially some type of tax increases, or you're going to go in there and you're going to be start looking at structural reductions. We'll start all over these discussions on what we need to do. We have the Hathaway Scholarship Fund. We have the Higher Education Endowment Trust Fund. We got the school foundation program that's funded through the corpus of the permanent land fund. We already have 3 or 4 permanent corpuses already. Mr. Chairman, as I look out 3 or 4 years, we would be much better off taking this money and put it into the corpus of the Common School Permanent Land Fund to fund those long-term ongoing obligations that we have for K through 12. Won't argue the merits of the program, Mr. President, but I'm just telling you, you need to put the money where it's going to do the most work, and that's into our K through 12 program. I would just suggest that we adopt this amendment, and we'll look at that. I can provide that for third reading with that long-term fiscal profile so you folks can make a better decision. If you want to bring it back in third, we'll debate it. But that's where we're headed, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Scott, for your second time.
Mr. President, I hate to disagree with the constitutional analysis of a distinguished colleague who is a well-known constitutional scholar. But if you will read Article 15, Section 20, Higher Education Trust Fund Investment Earnings. The legislature may from time to time place monies into endowment funds for higher education scholarships and for improving the quality of higher education, which funds shall remain inviolate. The earnings of the fund shall be used for purposes specified in this section. Legislature may from time to time by law regulate the manner in which the earnings are expended. Legislature may also approve the use of the earnings to protect the funds from inflation. Funds may be invested in the same manner as other permanent funds of the state. This is restricted to our higher education. It is a trust fund. It is inviolate, and we've been careful in wording the original legislation here that authorizes it to keep it within the bounds of this constitutional provision. This is, Mr. President, a good way to save money for the future, to keep this program going, or to start the program, is what it does. Because this program does an immense amount of good. The higher education scholarships that people can get that are not traditional students that will help our efforts at getting a good workforce going forward, and will give these people opportunities for better jobs. Mr. President, again, I urge defeat of this amendment.
Further testimony, Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. I'm probably just late in the day a little confused. I think I heard some of the reasoning from our good floor leader. But I guess I'm wondering, when we passed this, I was kind of intrigued I voted for it. I thought it had some great potential. And so I guess my question on this amendment is, why would we not, when we could, try to fund a program that stands someday to maybe stand right up next to the Hathaway Fund? Those permanent funds are one of the things that I'm really proud that I'll be able to hand over to the next generation of senators. And I thought this Tomorrow program showed great potential. We've talked for the last 4 or 5 years about CTE and different kinds of opportunities for different kinds of students. That's what this program does. So are we just holding off now? We don't want to appropriate the money now, or is this an effort just simply not to fund this at any time? Because I think the argument can always be used, Mr. President, that we can put it in the Common School Fund or somewhere else. We're always going to have bills somewhere else. So I'm just, I guess, a little bit more understanding of why our Senate committee would be standing on zero amount at funding this. Thank you.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was lucky enough to be able to get in on the groundwork of the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship, work with the task force. You know, at that time, we were looking at trying to increase our attainment rate of folks getting certificates, not just college degrees, but certificates. Now, if you look around in our state right now, we got a lot of people not working. Are they people that, you know, didn't go to college? Probably not, maybe. But there's folks out there that maybe if they just had some extra training, a little push, you know, a little help, they might go back and they might get some certificates. They might be able to get back into our workforce and help us out. To me, this scholarship is an investment in our people, not just the 24-year-olds on up, which is what this program focuses on, but it's an investment in all of us because we need those folks back in the workforce. So I'm you know, just amazed that we would think about not doing the kinds of things we need to do to fund this program. Because, you know, I think about the Wyoming Works program, it started out great, and then all of a sudden, you know, a few years ago when our budget kind of was drained, we quit funding it. This program, again, if we keep the funding in as it should be, will permanently fund that Wyoming Works program, which is amazing. It's had great success at our junior colleges. So again, I hope that you folks will want to invest in our people, invest in our young kids, invest in this program, give us a chance to make this program work. It's supported heavily by our businesses, and a lot of them have supported it monetarily as well as, you know, just everything along the way. So I hope you'll join me in you know, supporting Wyoming's Tomorrow.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. President, I think we just need to make sure that we understand here, there is nobody that's received one of these yet. The program, this is to set it up once it starts to generate the potential earnings. But to look out and say, oh, it's been a great success and it's working really well, and the program, we don't have a program because we don't have a scholarship fund, Mr. President. So I think it's premature to judge whether the program's working or not. What I do know, Mr. President, is we got a ongoing liability with K through 12. And we have a University of Wyoming, and we have community colleges, and we have a higher education endowment account, and we have significant liabilities and ongoing expenses, K through 12, preschool, junior college, community colleges, University of Wyoming. And we have those obligations, and they tune up to the tune of somewhere in the neighborhood of excess of probably about $2.5 billion a biennium. And I'm just telling you, if you look out and you look at the profile and stuff, folks, it's good times now. But with the ongoing escalations that we're going to have with our ongoing obligations for education, this is just one more that we're going to set up, and you're going to create an ongoing obligation. Mr. Chairman, I think prudence would dictate that we take care of what we have now before we start standing up entirely new programs that apparently work really well, but we haven't implemented them yet.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and against the amendment and on and for the Wyoming Tomorrow Scholarship Endowment Fund, I think it's important to realize that in terms of the long-term obligations, this is an internally funded program by the endowment as it was structured. So the endowment is what is responsible for funding the future of the Wyoming Tomorrow Scholarship Program, and it's limited to the revenue off of the endowment. That's the purpose of the original structure. This chamber and the chamber down the hall supported the Wyoming Tomorrow program, the scholarship program, and we supported it, Mr. President, because of the tremendous enthusiasm and interest for the program from our business community, from our colleges, from the university, from the public. One of the interesting things, Mr. President, about this bill is that we didn't actually receive any negative testimony. You know, it's not too often that you put a bill out there and you invite everybody to come in and provide testimony, and everybody shows up and says, hey, this is a great idea. This is really good for the people of the state. This is incredible. This is helpful. And by funding it through an endowment, it's not effectively an ongoing obligation to the general fund or the common school permanent land fund or the school foundation program, anything along those lines. It's simply an obligation on this one-time funding allegation that we put into the trust and then utilize the revenue from the investment off of that trust, that investment in the people of the state, to fund their educational opportunities. And Mr. President, that's the amazing thing. It's incredibly flexible in terms of what it can be used for, because we recognize that for non-traditional students, students over 26 as it's structured in this particular piece of legislation that we passed last year, there's a lot of different interests. There's a lot of different needs. Some people need to retool, change their career. They've got new educational interests. Maybe they didn't have the opportunity to attend secondary education, but wanted to. Maybe they need to finish that degree. It opens the doors to folks that don't have the capacity at this time to get that higher education and provides them with that opportunity, Mr. President. This is a valuable program. This is an essential program. And there was a lot of discussion about skin in the game and matches and talking with the business community about that. Well, why don't you provide some funds to support this program if you're so interested in it? Mr. President, you know what the business community said? We did provide those funds. Where do you think they came from? And they're right. Our business community pays the bulk of the taxes. The folks that came to the committee are the taxpayers of the state, the people of the state, representing their employees, representing the interests of their communities. And this was something that they asked for us to spend their tax payments on, to invest in the future of the people of the state of Wyoming so that they can be trained for the workforce, so that they can provide more valuable services to our community and back to those companies that pay the taxes. On and against the amendment.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Briefly, I'm just looking at one of my favorite proverbs, and it's, if you give a man to fish, you feed him for a day. If you teach a man to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. Folks, let's give him the fishing pole. Let's get him some fishing lessons. Let's turn him loose.
Senator Kinski. Sorry, I didn't get you on. There you go.
I'm not asking you to vote for or against Wyoming's Tomorrow. I'm asking you to support your Appropriations Committee. In December, we voted 0. The House, our colleagues voted 40. If we come out of here 40, that becomes the floor. That's the minimum. I'm just looking for a little bit of room. I'm asking you to support this amendment. When we go to conference, we will come back with something. We will. That's the way it works. But we can't start at 40 because it only goes up from there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Their testimony. Seeing none. We're voting on second reading amendment number 41 to Senate File 1. Involves money. There'll be a roll call.
Roll call, second reading amendment number 41. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? No. Whitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Baru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. 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 Jones? Aye. Kinski?
Aye.
Aye. Cole? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 41, 22 aye, 9 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 41 to Senate File 1 has failed to pass the Senate. Next amendment. Yeah. It passed. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm lying to you again. Let's correct the record. Back the tape up. By your vote, Senate file, second reading amendment number 41 to Senate file 1 has passed the Senate. Corrected vote total. Next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 42, section 300, budget balancers, page 87, line 15, delete.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the last amendment passed, I'll withdraw this one.
Thank
I'll
you.
withdraw second reading amendment number 42.
Without objection, second reading amendment number 42 to Senate file 1 has been withdrawn. Next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 43, section 300, budget balancers, page 87, lines 15 through 22, in.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading number 43 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow senators, this goes in and takes out all the reserve accounts on page 88 and 89 and on to 90. And that it takes out several hundreds of millions of dollars. So it strips out the tip that we have a hold on the tip from all of our reserve accounts into the permanent accounts. And so I'm just going to read you, there's $274 million and change tipping from the LSRA into the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account. There's 112 million and change into the common, from the LSRA to the Common School Permanent Land Fund Reserve Account. There's 246 million in change tipping from the Common School Permanent Fund Reserve Account to the School Foundation Program Account. There's 4.6 million from the LSRA to the Hathaway Scholarship Reserve Account. There's 1.2 million from the LSRA to the Higher Education Endowment Reserve Account. And so that's how much money is being transferred. And then the tips into the permanent funds are being held until June 30th of 2024. And it's also taking out subsection AA on page 90 that says this shall not be effective if House Bill 89 is enacted. And so, Mr. President, this is one of the bigger decisions we'll make in this budget. I would remind everyone that there are no stipulations on invasion of these accounts the way they're set up in the budget bill. And if we are going to discuss this important policy decision, the ability to put sideboards on some of those accounts would be invaluable to me in making a decision of this magnitude. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a good little amendment that's necessary. Let me walk you through it. The governor recommended that some fairly large numbers go into the corpus of the Permanent Mineral Fund and the Common School Public Land Fund. By a vote of 7-5, our colleagues instead directed everything to reserve funds. So we need to back them out of reserves, and a subsequent amendment will redirect that money into the permanent fund. The other part of this is to get rid of what we call the intercepts. So you have the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, it spins money off into a reserve account, and the way it's set up is by the time that reserve account's full, anything excess is to go back into corpus, and this is a long-standing feud. Some, as in this amendment, grab that. They don't let it go back into the corpus. It's an intercept. And it's been a long-held position of this body that's not kosher. That's not what we like. So I would urge an aye vote, and eventually, with a couple more amendments, we will get to the gov's rec on permanent funds. Now, when it's all said and done, I think we all know we're gonna end up mixed with permanent and reserve. That's just the way the process works, but this is a necessary step to get us there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further comments? Further comments? Question being called. Oh, Senator Rothfuss, did I try to limit debate possibly?
It's all right. Thank you, Mr. President. So I understand the oft-discussed difference in viewpoint and how the Senate has our position to rally around and the House has its position to rally around. I understand all of the accounts. I understand how the money flows. I've been around for a while. But I guess the one thing that I haven't really caught on to over all of these years is why we care so passionately one way, and of course why they care so passionately the other way. It very much is seemingly the Sharks versus the Jets, where they have a reason to disagree. But at the end of the day, I don't know that it matters as much as the passions suggest. So as we look at this, my simple question, and I realize we probably don't have enough time to get into it, but it's why? Why are we insistent on one side and they're insistent on the other? That would be my first question. And the second is also, why would we take this particular approach where the change is not to put it into the permanent funds, which is what's suggested, right? That doesn't happen with this amendment. I think it's an important thing to realize. It doesn't happen with this amendment. What happens with this amendment is that it all stays in the LISRA, basically. A bunch of money stays in the LISRA, which is an account that provides pretty close to 0% yield, and we don't have a very advanced investment strategy. If it were going directly to the permanent fund, I would understand the amendment, because at that point we could point to the improved investment strategy over the time. And when it goes to the reserve accounts, based on the overall strategy that I've heard from Capital Finance of trying to move towards a situation where we have most of the reserve funds invested, but have access to them to ensure the validity of the spending policy amount on a multi-year basis. So in other words, they're invested in long-term securities, but they're cash flowed to ensure that the spending policy amount is achieved. It seems like the least beneficial outcome for the state is this amendment, either putting them in the permanent funds or putting them in the reserve account. Good choices, reasonable choices, defensible. I'm on board with either of them. So, Mr. President, why would we do this amendment, which seems like the worst possible outcome relative to two reasonable outcomes?
Senator Scott, what's my password here? Need help.
I like how the password over the microphone. Senator Scott, what's his password?
All right, I've been saved. Senator Scott. Only a small amount of panic there.
Mr. President, let me see if I can try an explanation. The reason for doing this is that we want to put these monies into permanent funds where they will be protected, where we can take the temporary surplus that we're now getting and allow us to permanently fund the programs and our spending going forward. And that's been the Senate position all along. The people who don't want to do it, some of our brethren down there, they want to spend it. So this, if you're trying to save money and not expand the state government unreasonably, you want to vote for this amendment. If you want just to spend the state money as if there were no tomorrow, you're against this amendment. So it's big spenders versus savers. Why the amendment was structured as a two-stage process, where first we take it out and then another amendment then comes along later, I guess. I think that's the plan, whether today or tomorrow, I'm not clear. I didn't draft the amendment. I don't understand why they do that. It may well be that if you did it all in one amendment, it'd simply be divided and you'd have two of them. I don't understand the tactic, but that's, I think, the clearest explanation I can give as to the purpose behind this thing, and I urge the adoption of the amendment.
Further discussion? Senator Bite.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to answer that question as well, as to, yes, this doesn't pull it out and put it in the permanent savings yet. It's coming up in a couple amendments, and I think it's quite obvious people get very angry if you try to do a lot at once on second reading. Just say it. Notice that. So this might be a better approach based upon very firm evidence, Mr. President. So I would say that this might be the way to go, one small step at a time into the future. So on and for the amendment.
Majority Floor Leader Hicks.
So, Mr. President, my colleague from Albany County and the towers over there is correct. If we didn't do anything this money, it would flow into the LSRA. Currently, our reserve accounts do not, because they're only at 150% of what our spending policy is, depending on what those are, which means is you have to maintain those in those reserve accounts as a very liquid asset, because there's only enough there to get you through 1.5 years. So consequently, the treasurer can't invest those in higher rate of returns investments than they are in the LSRA, because within the LSRA, they have 3 partition sections in there and they invest those in different components. But right now, all of these reserve accounts, to my knowledge, are currently in the state agency pool or Pool A, which does not return as high a rate of return as the LSRA, but that's just for clarification. So even if it went there and we never pulled it out, it would generate more revenue in the LSRA, but I think my colleagues here might have a plan for some of that here in a couple of amendments. But anyway, just for clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Well, and I appreciate the discussion, and I appreciate the idea of the possibility of making it permanent. The idea, though, that the permanency is so that you can't spend it versus the alternative idea of putting it in reserve accounts so that you can spend it is a little bit of an oversimplification. I think it's important to realize that we have the reserve accounts because we're talking about inviolate funds. Those inviolate funds do not provide us with access to the corpus, and we typically have spending policy amounts. And not everybody really tracks the fact that this is how we fund our programs, is with the required spending policy amounts. But what that means is that there's a certain guaranteed percentage that we're going to spend in a particular manner, whether it's over the Common School Permanent Land Fund side, whether it's on the general fund side. There are spending policy amounts, 4.5% or 5%, depending on what we're talking about, which is intended to be a guarantee, but it can only be guaranteed if we have access to the funds. And the 150% reserve account is truly a flawed system. There's a lot of discussion on CapFin to work through better systems. I understand that. There are challenges because with only 150%, it is hard to invest the underlying asset. But the idea of filling up the reserve accounts so that we have the cash flow in the bad times to sustain the spending policy is a way to prevent a double whammy type concept where our revenue goes down and our spending policy is unavailable, and then we have to make draconian cuts. Again, it's a policy choice whether to put it in the long-term reserve or to put it in the reserve accounts, excuse me, not long-term reserve, the permanent fund or the reserve account. But to say one side is absurd and the other one is the only sound policy is really oversimplifying it for the folks that have not been involved in CapFin, and it does a discredit to the fact that there is a sound, reasonable, rational debate behind how we manage reserve accounts and how we manage the permanent funds. It's not clear-cut. Anybody in here who's taking away the message that the Senate is right on this, and we've always felt this way, I think we're doing a disservice to that senator. That's not accurate. When we say the Senate's always been that way, it's typically been a couple of folks on the Appropriations Committee over the years that have had a very strong feeling about this, and the rest of the Senate has gone along. I've watched it for 12 years. That's how it has played out. And then candidly, Mr. President, most of the rest of the folks in the room honestly don't know what the heck they're talking about when we're talking about the details and nuances of spending policies, reserve accounts, and permanent funds. So I think we kind of owe it to the chamber to have a realistic conversation about why this is and isn't good, rather than just say, go Team Senate. All right, so let's be honest about why this is or is not good. With regard to the two-step amendment process, I have concern with that, Mr. President, because it's not more complicated to change these 300 series revisions in the D, E, F, et cetera paragraphs. You would simply change the word legislative reserve account in each instance to fund. You literally change 3 words each time. So for example, we'll go with the Q paragraph, where it says from the legislative stabilization reserve account to the common school permanent fund reserve account, you would say common school permanent fund instead of reserve account. It's actually simpler to do it in one step, Mr. President, which is why I'm asking the question, why are we doing this circuitous pathway where we leave it in the legislative stabilization reserve account if we simply want to put it into the funds? Let's vote on what we're voting on in a single step. Thank you, Mr. President.
Other comments? Seeing none. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so let me tell you why I think this is a good idea. I've got 28,500,000 ideas why I think it's a good idea. The differential between moving this money and moving it into the permanent fund, which on the PMPF, we averaged a little over 6% in the last 5 years. If we leave it in the reserve accounts and you take the 1.5% that would generate there, or the LSRA was roughly about 1.5%.
Excuse me, Senator Hicks, that's your third time. I cannot let you talk. I went beyond. I apologize to the body.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize.
Yeah, that's my bad, and I blew it. Senator Kinski, you were,
All right.
well, you've talked for a second time. Sponsor Senator Kinski for your last time.
I'm the sponsor.
Oh, you're the sponsor. Senator Kinski for your first time. Second time. I am so confused here.
Is this a bad time to say go Team Senate?
I'm going to do that speech after the vote.
One, the senator from Bates Creek is right. It's a tactic because our
Microphone.
You talking to Kinski?
Our accounting is so complex that we had to break this down into bite-sized chunks. Coming up is another amendment to direct the money over to the permanent corpus of the school fund and the permanent mineral fund. Right now, we're just trying to undo sticking it into a reserve fund where it can be grabbed. My colleague from the Ivory Tower said those permanent funds are inviolate, whereas the reserve accounts you can always reach. Inviolate, you're darn tootin'. The people who put this together in 1975 anticipated that someday there'd be politicians who wanted to get their hands on it at all times. So I appreciate my colleague's idea that the cash flow in bad times will come out of these reserve accounts. Let's see how well a political body is at doing that. We have the LSRA, you've all heard of LSRA, Legislative Stabilization Reserve Account. And if you pull the statute and read that, it's very clear that that is a rainy day fund. It is intended for bad times. And millions of dollars gets appropriated out of that for things that are not a rainy day. It is routinely invaded. That's why I'm just a little bit skittish on reserve accounts. Spend versus save is why, that's why I think the Senate, at least in my view, has traditionally been in favor of trying to get these things into the corpus. My first year here, I saw legislation to intercept all of the capital gains off of our fund and shuffle it into tranches of projects over 4 years. I was stunned, absolutely stunned. That's the reason I tipped towards the permanent funds. It's just too tempting a target to have so many hundreds of millions of dollars available in reach. I would urge an aye vote on the amendment and subsequent amendments as well, dealing with putting money into the corpus. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further testimony. Senator Hicks, your fourth time? No. Question being called. We're voting on second reading amendment number 43 to Senate File 1. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Roll call amendment. Amendment number 43, Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Aye. Barlow? No. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Murphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski?
Aye.
Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Case, no to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 43, 29 aye, 2 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 43, the House Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. A quick point of order question to Senator Rothfuss. Are we allowed to talk about future amendments? I was under the impression that we were not supposed to be talking about what might or might not be coming up. I'm just asking if someone else knows it, because I've always been under the impression that in case you had something coming up, you did not talk about ahead. Senator Rothfuss.
Mr. President, that's correct. We're probably not allowed to. It has been a tradition of a slight bit of softness, but it is my understanding that you're supposed to stay focused on the issue at hand rather than future issues under consideration.
Okay, I'm just trying to do the body right, and I wasn't sure, but
Yeah,
I didn't want to
that-
stop anything going on it.
That's
so-
accurate. Referring to future amendments is theoretically out of order.
Or the other side, and I will stop you in the future. I just wasn't sure enough myself.
We haven't held to that all that strongly, but it's correct.
Also, it was brought up about the Senate always being right, and that actually was correct. It is true that the Senate is always right. Next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 14, Section 300, Budget Balancers, page 87, line 16, delete.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 14 to Senate File 1 and ask for the body's favorable consideration. Mr. President, this deals with the opportunity to have another discussion about that broad discussion we're having with this budget as to how much we're going to spend, how much we're going to save. This is a clear chance to save. We'll also have a chance to have a discussion about good government. So, Mr. President, this amendment will take $10 million general fund and put it in the State Fair Endowment account. And so obviously that's a savings. You're putting into a account that will generate interest and provide stability, in this case for the Wyoming State Fair. So we'd be saving that $10 million. But I also point out that it's good government and that we've had some reforms with the State Fair. We've kind of taken a step back and given them their own board and let them kind of really flourish. And we've seen that happening over a 3-year period at least now, since that board really had a chance to really kind of get going. You've seen double-digit increases in revenues year after year after year. You've seen new energy, new excitement. You've seen them going through their accomplishing their strategic plan with facilities without a whole lot of input from this body. So, Mr. President, this is a chance to continue to make the fair more independent. Obviously, we made the organizational changes. They're very still dependent upon general funds. This will be an opportunity to further the good work that's been done with the State Fair, save about $10 million, as well as support an organization which is making a pretty important transformation. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Question being called. We're voting on second reading amendment number 14 to Senate File 1. Paul's money. Roll call.
Second reading amendment number 14, Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? No. Whitman? No. Boner?
Aye.
Aye. Bouchard? No. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Kinsky?
Aye.
Aye. Cole? No. Landon? No. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Baldwin, aye to no. Closing vote. Guru, no to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 14, 8 aye, 23 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 14 to Senate File 1 has failed to pass the Senate. Next amendment.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 44, Section 300, budget balancers, page 87, lines 15 through 22N.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 44 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This is putting $246,500,000 into the common school account within the permanent land fund. And I would stand for any questions.
Seeing none. We're voting on second reading amendment number 44 to Senate File 1. There is $246 million at stake. Roll call.
Second reading amendment number 44, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Whitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinsky? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote close. Second reading amendment number 44, 31 aye.
Second reading amendment number 44 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Next amendment
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 45, Section 300, budget balancers, page 87, line 16, delete.
I have a corrected copy, and it's a house copy. Andy, can I borrow yours or something? There we go. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Said Representative Bear on the one I had.
Well, good.
Here. Senator Steinmetz.
Mr. President, I move second reading amendment number 45 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Mr. President, this just inserts on page 90 after line 16 that we are adding $412,188,293 million from the legislative stable and 25 cents. Oh, I missed that. And 25 cents, I must not have the corrected copy, from the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account to the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund.
Any discussion? Question being called. We are on second reading amendment number 45, corrected copy. Excuse me, Senator Ellis.
Just a point of order, I don't have that copy, and I just want to make sure that whatever I'm looking at is what I'm voting on.
It's not a corrected copy. Excuse me. Do you have the right one, Senator Ellis?
I don't know.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think someone was teasing me. So it's $412,188,293.
Real quick, does everyone have Senate amendment number 45 to Senate File 1? Senator Ellis, do you have it? We do have it. Question being called. You're voting on second reading amendment number 45 to Senate File 1. Roll call.
Roll call, second reading amendment number 45. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Case, no. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinsky? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 45, 30 aye, 1 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 45 to Senate File 1 will pass the Senate. Next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 15, Section 313, School Capital Construction, page 87, lines 15 through 22 in.
Thank you. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 15 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Good senators, you will see the co-sponsors of this lovely amendment. This strikes the language specifically identifying two schools, Teton County and Laramie County, from the budget bill. Happy to stand for questions. Ask for your favorable consideration.
Senator Drew.
Just real quick, Mr. President, thank you very much. On and for the amendment, you know what, I know a lot of people this week have been consulting with legal minds from around the building and hearing all kinds of stories. I think I'm the only person that hasn't talked to a lawyer this week about this, but I will say I'm standing in favor of this amendment. I think it's a good amendment, and I look forward for your favorable support.
Further discussion. Question being called. Vote, and this can be a voice vote. We're voting on second reading amendment number 15 to Senate File 1. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Second reading amendment number 15 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 46, Section 313, School Capital Construction, page 87, lines 15 through 22.
Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 46 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. What this amendment does is basically strip out the $100 million for capital school construction. And I'll just go back and reiterate that the School Capital Construction Fund as of July 1, 2022 was at $139 million unspent. I guess the next question would be, does someone have the list of the current rankings of schools for capacity and condition and a combination score? Do we need to add $100 million more? Vote aye on this amendment so we can respect the process. No more front loading of funds. I'll stand for questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and against the amendment. I encourage you all to go to the LSO website. Go to Select Committees, Task Forces. You're familiar with that. Click on School Facilities. Then click on Meeting Materials for the October meeting for the School Facilities Commission. You will see submissions there associated with schools that are in need. Likely one from Laramie 1 in Teton County. Your select committee voted to support funding for both of those schools. This has not come out of the blue or out of nowhere. It comes out of a select committee of this legislature, of which multiple members of this chamber serve on, for doing their duty and their job associated with school facilities. Now, you've heard lots of conversation about how that process is broken, partly because of our own failures and partly because of others. However, that does not change the needs of our students, right? I mean, that reality exists. This funding is necessary. It's important for our schools. It's important for the big picture of education in Wyoming. On and against the amendment.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too am on and against the amendment. Your select committee on school facilities actually proposed a larger figure than this. So this figure, has got a haircut of about 15%. And we discussed a lot of the issues around school construction. And if we start pulling dollars out of it now, that's just going to put us further behind. And at some point, we're not going to be able to catch up. So at the time when we happen to have dollars, we need to start investing in these facilities. And it is an investment, all right? Whether you put it into a savings account or you put it into buildings and real estate. I can tell you right now, the inflationary costs that you're going to see on construction is much higher than the return we're going to get on our investments. I can tell you that right now. We're talking 12 and 15% a year inflation in the construction industry. You're not going to get that in your investments. So I am for this amendment. I think it honors the work of your select committee on school facilities. And also I believe that getting behind is a bad policy. We just won't recover from that, especially in years that will become lean. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Against the amendment, yes.
Okay,
On and
you have
against
to be
the
very
amendment.
confused.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. There were a couple of questions, and just to answer my good friend from Sweetwater County, we do have State Construction Department provided materials. Some of us have those. The lists are available on my screen. I do have the expenditures over the past several years, what we've come out of supplemental budgets with, and what the total expenditure has been on state capital construction. Remember, Mr. President, if we leave $100 million in there, it costs between $175, $200 million per biennium simply to fund the maintenance of all those school buildings out across. So, you know, parking it there is just as good as parking it across the street in the parking lot. So I think we're good. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to answer one of the comments from my good friend from Sweetwater County, if we're going to stop front-loading money in our budget, that's news to me. It's a new one. But, you know, all I can tell you is that the governor's recommendation on this line item was $146 million. We cut it back. Originally in committee, we cut it back, and then as the new committee got set, we changed it around a bit and raised it. Why? Because we haven't done a new school evaluation in 6 years. The committee that is in charge of that did vote to put these schools in, but still there was a question. Still there was a question about how these processes occur and how certain school districts come in. I'm sorry, folks, I'm getting a little bit, it's a little late in the day, but I'm getting just a bit, Mr. President, tired of getting told that when a school district is full, when its kids don't have room to sit in the lunchroom and eat, when they don't have room to be in a classroom, that somehow that is some pork barrel front-loaded thing. I'm not going to apologize for the fact that my school district is growing. I'm not going to apologize for the fact that we have needs in our school district. As a matter of fact, the citizens in my county voted to fund 43% of the cost of our school by themselves. Let that sink in. 43% of the expense of the school that they're asking for right now, they front-loaded and expended by themselves. Mr. President, I apologize, but you know, we talk about, you know, we are a civil body, and I appreciate people bringing ideas, but I got to tell you, it's just a little bit tough to hear some of the stuff I heard. I've sat on this committee, the Appropriations Committee, now for 4 years, and I've funded a lot of schools where they haven't put in a dollar. Why? Because they needed it. Another time and another place. We have two communities that are growing in the state. So I frankly think from an economic perspective, it's something we should celebrate, but it's not, I guess, tonight. On and for this amendment, folks. Let's say on and against this amendment. That's why I had the same problem. On and against this amendment. Vote yes on no. Vote no on yes. Vote no to say yes to our children and our schools. Thank you.
Senator Hicks, for your first time. Number one.
So, Mr. Chairman, we need to understand what the amendment does. It doesn't take any money away from any school. Doesn't take any money away from school capital construction. So, Mr. Chairman, what it does, the amendment just says, we're not gonna profile this for $100 million. So it goes back into the school capital construction account, and I believe there was also some out of the school foundation program. This money will sit there dedicated in the school capital construction account, and if there's a deficiency, it will come out of the school foundation account. The money doesn't go away. It's still there. It will be used for school capital construction. The reason that we don't do this, Mr. Chairman, and the process, and we need to honor the process, follow our own laws and the process. And the process is it goes through the State Building Commission, then it comes back to the school facilities, and then there's a recommendation that comes to the legislature. So when you look at the budget, that we passed out, it's got $206,778,108. And the reason we do that, Mr. Chairman, is because we get the latest estimates on what these facilities are going to cost. And then we appropriate the money based on the engineers and the architects' estimates of what it's actually going to cost. We don't and haven't traditionally said, well, we're just going to park $100 million here. And then, because this is what's going to happen, folks. They're going to go back to their capacity and their condition assessment. That'll be out sometime later this summer. Could be as late as September. At that point in time, then there'll be a recommendation. It'll go to school facilities. School facilities will look at those, and it may have more than $100 million in there. In fact, it could be $200 million, but it'll be $248,600 and some odd dollars, because it will be based on actual estimates. The money doesn't go away. So if you do this, we'll leave this and we'll appropriate that money, and then we're going to go appropriate some money, another money out of another account. Doesn't take any money away from any schools, doesn't take any money away from school capital construction. It just follows a process. And when we know exactly how many schools that are recommended and what those costs are, we will appropriate that money. That's the process, Mr. President. That money will still be there for all of those schools that come out through that ranking, and we'll have a recommendation on the actual dollar amount. So just want to be clear what you're voting on here. It's just the normal process that we've historically done. Doesn't take a dime away from any school district or anything for capital construction, Mr. President.
Your Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I respectfully disagree with the majority floor leader. It eliminates 2 school buildings over the next year that would be built over the next year, or at least started and completed then about a year after, or 2 years after it was started, delaying those projects. And that's the reality of what you see effectively on page 95, where we're trying to ensure that there are funds available for schools based on the needs list that's there. Mr. President, I serve on the Select School Facilities Committee. I was a part of that process, and we did recommend specific schools. We forwarded a recommendation to build those schools because we understood that they needed to be built and that any delay in building those schools would lead to additional costs through inflation. So we would be diminishing the value of the money that we effectively would be holding for an additional year without purpose. And Mr. Chairman, as far as the process itself, I think people might underestimate how the process actually works in terms of us just maybe looking at a list and sitting in a room for a couple of minutes and taking some advice. I think we toured 10 schools during the last interim, if I'm not mistaken, as a select committee around the state, to look at the conditions that our schools are in, to understand, not on paper, but in real life, with children present, having their school day, what the situation on the ground actually is. That's what your Select School Facilities Committee did during the off-season, and that's why we brought these recommendations. We had a lot of discussions about these, and we tried to figure out, all right, what's the best approach? What's the most economically viable? We can't fund them all now. We have a lot of needs. What are the highest priorities? How do we proceed in a way that is most cost-effective for the state while simultaneously recognizing our 2 points of hardship in the state that needed to be addressed immediately? And those are Teton County and Laramie County, with specific projects that we identified as the highest priority. We voted on it, we forwarded it. It got a substantial haircut from the Appropriations Committee, but it still kept the key priorities that come in the form of this budget. And Mr. President, candidly, I'm comfortable with that. I think that what we have in the budget really is effectively the minimum of what we need to get done based on the interests of the key interests, the priority interests of the students of the state. So on and against this amendment, I'd encourage the body to vote no and trust the good vote of your Select School Facilities Committee.
Mayor Hicks.
Mr. President,
Very Nixon-esque.
so let's talk about some of the things that were just laid out there. Delay. So if we don't put this money in there, and I do believe it's a front loading, so you're not going to get a debate on this. It'll just automatically go out the door. You'll never get to see whether this capacity and condition index, it may have something out there that's maybe a little higher on the list. That may get funded. We still may not have the money to do that. So to prejudge what's going to get funded or not, I don't know. But let's talk about the delay. The reality is this condition and capacity study won't be available in probably sometime in late summer, early August, September. At that point in time, once they do that, then they have to go ahead and make an award. And so that would go through, they would go through the process, let the school districts know it goes out there. You'll be back down here in February. So the amount of time that would actually be delayed is about 6 months, Mr. President. So we can follow the process the way we've always done it, come down and appropriate for the exact amount out of the school capital construction account. And that's about a 6-month delay, because that would come out, and if these are there, we'll appropriate the money and they'll go out there. But let's talk about inflation. I don't know that you guys watch it as much as I do, but if you haven't been watching, actually CPI and core inflation is coming down. In fact, it's come down from a high of about 9.4, and I think the Federal Reserve came out. In fact, they actually had it today. They went out and looked at, I think, another quarter basis point. The reason they're ratcheting down is because inflation's coming down. So maybe a 6-month delay in actually start time could actually save you a little bit of money, Mr. President, because inflation's starting to slowly tick backwards.
Mayor Rothus for your second and a half time.
I think there's a, Mr. President, I think there's a first time, and I'm going to yield to the first time. My
Senator
apologies.
Dockstader.
This is the first time, and I agree, we should follow the process. I did that when I put 10 to 11 hours on my drive time in one day and went over and attended school facilities and said, this is what we need because we're growing beyond capacity. We need to find a solution, and to fall back on an old program that's outdated isn't working anymore, and that's what I told school facilities that day. Drove over, told them that, and I said it's time to revise the whole plan, the whole program, and address those areas that are growing beyond capacity. I agree, we need to follow the process. The school facility said, here's our recommendation. And that recommendation included the funding. And this ill-advised amendment at the last minute is not the way to do it. That does not follow the process. Ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Mayor Landon, for your
So,
second time.
Mr. President, we can visit for quite a while on this if we want to, and I think we do, apparently. This, you know, when you talk about a delay, that's very real, because by the time we get through the next session, we have blown the spring and summer for any construction project. So the slowdown that we have referred to is very real. It's very real. That's okay, we can do that. We've done it before, and it's cost us millions. Millions on carry, millions if we ever decide to fix a pool at the university. The more you delay, the more it's gonna cost, and that's fine. We know, folks, that we're gonna need this line item. It's gonna go for maintenance. Maybe we won't recommend any projects. Maybe this won't come out, whatever. But folks, zeroing this out and forcing it all to go through a process in the next budget session really is going to delay our ability to meet the emergencies that were just talked about by the senator from the Western Front. We have jumped outside of that model several times during my years in the Senate. And we've done it because of emergency situations that the School Facilities Committee has deemed necessary to bring to this state Senate. And it works. The process works. We have recommended this. I say we keep it there, let the process work, defeat the amendment, and we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further comments? Seeing none, question being called. We're voting on second reading amendment number. You looked me in the eye and sat down. Senator
Well,
Cole.
I thought you were going to make a great announcement, Mr. President, for my second final time. Just like to say that this is about the process. Time isn't really is not going to be helping us by speeding this along. I'll tell you, I think of inflation, at least the type we're in right now, as a falling knife. And sometimes you got to let the knife hit the ground. Try to grab it, you cut. There's so much inflation going on right now. I think our dollars, frankly, won't be well spent if we speed this up. I don't see what the issue with the delay is. I think there's money there to move forward. I think socking it away in an account before we know what our future looks like may be a mistake. I'll sit down by saying, respect the process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President.
Further comments? Further comments? Question being called. We are on the second reading amendment number 46 to Senate File 1. There's money involved. Roll call.
Second reading amendment number 46, Anderson? No. No. Baldwin? No. No. Barlow? No. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Murphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski? No. Cole? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 46, 13 aye, 18 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 46 has failed the Senate. Folks, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Stand at ease to the sound of the gavel.
I've got your amendment. Provided that the expenditures for communities that have received funding or assistance from the Business Council for the preservation of former school facilities
Ready, Randy? Let's go. We'll start reading.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 16, Section 321, Energy Matching Funds, page 87, lines 15 through 22 in.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 16 to Senate File 1. Ask for the body's favorable consideration. Mr. President, this is just a little language tweak and improvement with regard to a program that you'll see on page 98. There's already some funds in place. The amendment has nothing to do with any of the funds or changing of the funds. It just has to do with the language regarding lithium mining on line 11, 16, and 17. And realistically, if we're working on any projects in the state, putting on my chemical engineering hat, we probably won't be doing lithium mining so much as lithium processing and separation. We tend to produce lithium as a brine, so it's in solution. That might be from produced water associated with an oil field. It might be from an existing water reservoir within the state. But most of the focus that we will have in our research is going to be on cost-efficient separation and processing techniques to get the lithium at around 100 parts per million out of the water in a way that is going to be cost-effective. So I was just providing a little flexibility in the language to make sure that the language and the appropriation target what we are likely to be working on in lithium. There is no change in appropriation. There's no additional funding. It's just supportive language to, I think, improve the intent of the original language. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I'd simply call for a voice vote if there aren't any questions.
Question being called. We're voting on second read amendment number 16 to Senate File 1. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Second read amendment number 16 to Senate File 1 is passed to Senate. Next amendment.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 47, Section 325, appropriation to match federal infrastructure grants, page 87, lines 15 through 22 in.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I move second reading amendment number 47 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable considerations. Members, this just goes into the budget bill. There's a specific project called out in there, and it says appropriations under this section, $5 million is appropriated to construction for an airport tower at an international airport in Wyoming. Mr. Chairman, we have this little provision in our Constitution that says special laws prohibited, and it particularly calls out any special or exclusive privilege. And so there is no other international airports except for one in the state of Wyoming. So that fund is directed straight to that one project, and I believe this would potentially fall under that provision in our Constitution. And for that reason, I would ask that you vote yes on the amendment.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. President, I don't know about the constitutionality. I talked to a few constitutional lawyers. They said they would have to look into it a lot more than just the little bit we've seen to know if it's constitutional or not. They said the courts would decide that. This is a replacement of a tower at the Casper Airport. That tower has been there since 1954. It's actually the original tower from 1942 when the military ran that base to do B-17 and B-24 testing. The problem with the thing is the cab height on it is 39 feet. It actually needs to meet the FAA requirements. It needs to be about 70 feet. So there's quite a bit of difference. And the reason that's important is it hinges on whether we can keep our radar and our status as an FAA ATC approach control in Wyoming. We're the only one that has that critical approach and tower services. So they went to the FAA to ask them what they would do. The FAA will fund this to the tune of $10 million. They came up with 1 cent tax locally for $2 million. Maybe the DOT is going to put up 3 million, that leaves 5 million to do the project. They've been studying it since 2015 to try to find the correct area. They've done a siting study, and the airport has paid for all those things so far. That they found out that this site that they're proposing is the least expensive one to do. This facility, they went through an initial environmental analysis. We've got state and local funding support, and the risks and impacts without funding is, of course, losing our radar services, which could move to Denver to route air traffic. And if ever anybody's dealt with Denver traffic control, they are a little busy and don't have the time for other areas very much. Let's see here, other risks. Loss of the FAA radar and tower staffing, which means we don't have a 24-hour tower in Casper. So we would ask for your favorable motion on this, no vote on this amendment that strictly discusses the constitutionality of it. We are ready to stand the constitutionality question with the court. Thank you.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, on the constitutional issue, I think that's a misreading of the constitutional provisions. We can, and we routinely do, specify in capital construction, in water budgets, look at any of them, which project is going to get it. No, he could have bluntly said which airport he was. I think he might have been more effective, but we can certainly do that. You have to be able to manage capital construction budget.
Good question. Question being called. We're on second reading amendment number 47. Senator Hicks.
So I'm not debating the merits of whether they need a new tower or not. Again, it's about the process. And typically we have an aeronautics commission housed within YDOT, and these type of projects go through that. The aeronautics commission looks at them, they'll make a recommendation. This showed up in what is routinely called a round robin. The last day that the appropriations committee meets together and members just show out projects that they want in there, and the way it has for a few years. But I would be much more comfortable with this had this gone through the Aeronautics Commission within YDOT, Mr. Chairman. Second time.
That was the second time. We're all done. I kind of tried to stop that. Okay. We're on second reading amendment number 47 to Senate File 1. There is an appropriation via roll call vote.
Second reading amendment number 47, roll call. Anderson? No. No. Baldwin? No. No. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? No. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstader? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment 47. 18 aye, 13 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 47 has passed the Senate. Next amendment.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 48, Section 327, supplemental appropriations. Page 100, line 8, delete.
Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully urge the body to pass second reading amendment 48 to Senate File 1. It's brief. It deletes Section 327 from the budget for an overall savings to the budget of $160 million. Be perfectly happy to stand for any questions and urge your support.
Question being called. We are on second reading amendment number 48 to Senate File 1. This does involve money. Roll call.
Second reading amendment 48, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru?
Aye.
Aye. Hicks?
No.
No. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? No. Kinsky? No. Cole? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Amendment. Second reading amendment 48, 25 aye, 6 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 48, Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Next amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 49, Section 329, employee and position compensation 2, page 87, line 17, delete.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading Amendment 49 to Senate File 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. What's going on here is deals with Section 329 of the supplemental budget on the back page there, and it's this amendment would eliminate that 7.9 increase to public employee salaries. Last year, we gave an 8% increase, and I did a little checking around just to kind of see what was real out there in the world. Bureau of Labor Statistics, they had state and local government wages and salaries last year, 12-month ending 2022, average of 4.7%. The private sector was real similar, 5.1. Most of the stuff I've been reading here, everybody's expecting salaries of workers to increase somewhere in the 4 to 5% range this year. So I think it's a little rich, and ask for your favorable vote for this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Speaking on and against it, I love your figures, and they're accurate. I think they're really good. the part that it doesn't count is, I'll give you the example of a snowplow driver up in my area that has had one raise in the last 15 years. If you want to go back and look at statistics and add them up for the last 15 years or so, you'll find out that our state salaries have gone from 15 years ago, and I'm not sure the exact time, but they were about 90% of the regional average. We dropped back down to way below. And by the way, after we're done with these 2 rounds of increases, we're still below the regional average. We just, in truth, we went through hard times. We cut nearly $1 billion out of the budget. Through that time, we starved out our state employees. I've been one of the ones that's been a part of that. I've watched roads be closed in Wyoming because we don't have drivers to plow the roads. We lose employees in a lot of our towns. And folks, as a private employer, I'm going to tell you, if I used the same wage structure that I did 15 years ago, my business would be my wife and my kids and myself at this point. We've got to keep our pay somewhere within reason. First time you've ever heard me stand and say this to this body, but when you start looking at vacancies and open places and jobs that can't support, we've got to take care of our people in some fashion. I encourage you to resist this, and let's go ahead and do a wage increase, and if times turn tough, it might be a decade till they get it again. I hate to tell them that, but this actually was a good deal to do it. I urge you to vote no on it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Salazar, to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is actually one of mine. To those of you who still have your SR in front of you, it's on page 20. And if you look at the 300s, we're talking specifically about 329. So let me go over this just a little bit. These salary increases, as you can see on 329, footnote 329, we're looking at about $28.4 million from the general fund for the executive branch agencies, including the Commission for Judicial Conduct and Ethics and others. If you continue on, you're looking at about $12.2 million for the University of Wyoming salary increases, $6.4 million for the community colleges, and $1.6 million for the Supreme Court. And then just a little correction here, the actual employees received last year a 7.9 increase in 2022. This year, the proposal is an 8% increase. And that would take effect July 1st of 2023. To be transparent, as the good president said, the argument was made to the JAC that we are losing public employees and that we can't fill the current vacancies, such as I mentioned earlier this week, YDOT and state troopers. But again, as I will also mention to you, if you add those two figures up over last year, and then assuming that the increase of 8% would occur this year, you're looking at a 16% increase over a 24-month period. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further debate. Senator Kinski.
President, took me a long time to warm to this, and I'm still lukewarm, but it's something that I think has to be done. We looked at salary surveys, and in December, and I think again in January, there were some of us, actually on both sides of the aisle, felt that salary surveys were a bit high because they included some states to the west of us that we thought were really not true. It's telling me to do my laundry. They're not, I'm late for that, that we felt were not good comparators. And so it started at 61 million, they backed it down to 48. So that already was a reduction. And I think the salary survey we have is I think this is a legitimate number. We backed off of what we thought needed to be backed off on. And, you know, most of these pay raises are not going to the corner office people. Doggone, if you don't look through those salary surveys, and the corner office people are all generally pretty close to market. is the plow drivers and the highway patrolmen. It's all the frontline people doing the real hard work. They're the ones most out of whack. And those are the ones that I think we have to get back into market on. It's not about wanna, I think it's gotta.
Further comments? Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President, on and for the amendment. And you'll also see that this amendment includes the raises for the vacant positions as well. So there are raises for vacant positions. Thank you.
Further comments? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Why would we be giving raises to vacant positions? Because the salary listing for vacant positions matters to people who are applying. We have to fill them. No one is applying. It's a problem. That's why we're raising it. We're losing employees rapidly. We did major cuts. We've laid off hundreds of state employees in the last number of years. We've cut it down to the quick. State employees are leaving, morale is low. It's time to compensate them accordingly. We've all talked about inflation. I said it again. How many times would that be today for the chamber? I think it's a record. They're struggling. They're struggling. These employee compensations are necessary. That's why there's a salary increase for vacant positions so they can fill them competitively.
Senator Doc Stater.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can see what we're trying to do here, and there was a time when I would agree to this. But I looked to my own family, I had a son that was with a state agency, liked his job, liked who he worked with, proud to work with the state, but it reached a point where the private sector just continued to offer more. And finally had to leave because it just didn't make sense anymore to try to make it work on the state salary versus what the private sector was offering. And we're finding that more and more. This week I went over to one of our state agencies dealing with highways all across the state. And we were zoomed in talking to constituents over there who had some problems they wanted worked out. And we're trying to find a compromise. And after we closed everything out, we talked about this, how it's a problem, how it's not clear, it's not improving at all. That state agency over on my west side of the state, they have people apply, they like the job, they come and do the interviews, but cost of living compared to a state salary just doesn't work. They're going to the private sector, folks. So understand where he's coming from. There was a day I was with it, but I'm not anymore, so I'm opposed to the amendment.
Senator Grew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, sorry. I understand, 16%, well, that's a big number. I'm in business and it's a big number, no doubt about it. And the problem is, if you dig a hole, it's 20% lower than the floor, and you fill it in 16%, you're still in a hole. And I know in my business, a 10% turnover is good. 10% of my employees turning over is natural good. They go to other jobs, they get a better job. I mean, they're not that good of an employee, whatever. We all know we have great employees. Our problem is we're losing 25, 30% in some departments, maybe even higher, because of this shortfall in pay. And then it's costing us more money because to try to fill those jobs, which we're not doing, when we do get one, it costs so much more to train them. And we have new employees training newer employees, and that's not good for customer service. So, those are the problems that we're dealing with in the real world. So I urge you to resist this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I also would agree that this is an amendment that's just, I understand part of it, that there's an issue with some of the folks you think that maybe don't deserve these raises, but if you don't think of anything else, think of the snowplow drivers and the highway patrol. Because I tell you what, I drive I-80, and I know some of you in here don't, but it's a disaster out there in the wintertime. And if you have to wait a long time to get help out there because there's been a 30 or 40 or 50 car pileup, and we don't have enough highway patrolmen, we don't have enough snowplow drivers to keep that, it's a safety issue, not just for our tourists, but for us, those of us that live there or live here in the state. So, you know, right now, what's happening is our cities and our counties are picking off our snowplow drivers, and, you know, they're moving over there because they can make more money. The benefits are still the same. You know, it's the same thing with highway patrolmen. They're going into our cities and counties and working there. We can't keep letting this happen. We need to at least take care of those folks if we don't do anything else.
Other comments? Senator Anderson.
Yes, Mr. President, on and against this amendment, we've been fighting this for 2 to 3 years in all of our agencies, and we've just got to do something about it, and we finally got something done with it, and this would destroy that. So on and against the amendment.
Thank you. Other comments? Question being called. Voting on Second Amendment number 49 to Senate File 1. Roll call.
Second reading amendment number 49, roll call. Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Barlow? No. Beitman? Aye. Boner? No. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Furphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? Aye. Jones? No. Kinsky? No. Cole? No. Landon? No. Larson? Larson, conflict? McCune? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Hutchings was no. Hutchings, no to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Amendment number 49, 8 aye, 22 no, 1 conflict.
Pursuant to your vote, Amendment number 17 to Senate File 1 has failed the Senate. What did I say? Oh, 17 now, okay, I'm sorry. According to your vote, second reading amendment number 49 to Senate File 1 has failed Senate. Next amendment. Clear the gallery, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 17, Section 332, Capital Square Improvements, page 90, lines 14 through 16, delete.
Senator Hutchins.
I move second reading amendment number 17 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. In this amendment, we are going to go to our page 20 of our supplemental budget bill status report. And what I'd like to do is, or page 105, lines 15 in your budget bill, delete $1,500,000. And then on line 16, delete $1,500,000, reduce that to $500,000, which is amazing. I'm gonna spend a little money. I'd like to do that for the acoustics in the worst committee room I've ever been in, and that's the corporation's committee room, W110. I'd like to get some funds for that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Seeing the question being called, we're voting on second reading amendment number 17 to Senate File 1. There's money involved, all in favor, or roll call, excuse me. You're bothering me up there. Can you go back home?
Second reading amendment number 17, roll call. Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Barlow? No. Beitman? Aye. Boner? No. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. No. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Furphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. 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 Jones? Aye. Kinsky? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 17, 15 aye, 16 no.
Pursuant to your votes, second amendment number 17 to Senate File 1 has failed to pass the Senate. Next amendment.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 18. Section 300s, additions 2. Page 106, after line 8, insert.
Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. I would move second reading amendment number 18 to Senate File 1. Fellow senators, thank you for the opportunity to bring back an old friend. We visited earlier in the week about this. Just so that everyone knows, I reached out to the sponsor and he was fully aware that I planned to bring this. Sponsor of the bill that I think was so well thought out and one that I really appreciated. To be real honest, Mr. President, I thought about trying to figure out how we could drop that bill into this budget. And we ended up not doing that because we're trying to get away from legislating in the budget. But what this does, what this amendment does, is suggest for us to consider this policy question one more time. There's really three things here, Mr. President. One is transparency. And I think that's maybe the most important reason why I hope you'll support this amendment to the budget. It's going to cost our state some revenue in order to provide the tax cut in the bill that I hope makes it through the process. This is contingent upon it making it through the process, but if it does, I think we need to be transparent about it, Mr. President. Putting this in the budget is the way to do that. We can only do that for this year because it's this year's budget. That does not take care of the situation for the following 2 years. I would leave that up to my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee. But the second reason, of course, is the impact that it has on our local entities. I'm just going to have a really hard time going in front of the Chamber of Commerce and saying, you know what, we did a great thing, we gave you a tax break, but it's on you. They're going to have to fire a couple of police officers and lay off the plow driver because the revenue is going to be down dramatically. And think about your irrigation districts and your conservation districts. Think about the little entities in your state and local governments, Mr. President. This is one heck of an impact. You know, you're talking as much as 10, 15% to a budget. I can't take that home, and I want to be able to fully support When I visit with people back home, the idea of the tax break, the only reason I could not do that is because of that impact. I can't do that to the local college districts, to the school board. And Mr. President, that figure, I hope it won't be quite that much. That was the estimate. It's reflected in the budget amendment. So that's it. It's an opportunity for us, I think, as a contingency, if the bill passes, and I hope it does. And I commend the senator from North Sheridan on that bill. I think it's terrific, and I hope it makes it through. And if it does, this is the backing that bill needs to have back home. Thank you, Mr. President. Hope you'll support the amendment.
Comments? You're biting.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the kind words of the previous speaker, and certainly don't think he means any ill intent or anything. I see what he's trying to do here. The idea would be to front fill or hold harmless any reduced taxable revenue for local governments. My question is, though, how is this a true hold harmless? It's getting late, so my brain's shutting down here, what's left of my one brain cell here. But is this a true hold harmless, whereas you're going to take it dollar for dollar what they brought in, say, in 2022, take that dollar figure for the county, and if this tax relief package were to get passed and signed into law, and they went under that dollar amount, would this backfill dollar for dollar up to that amount? I don't necessarily see that in this language. This just says for calendar year 2023, doesn't take into account mill levies. Can they adjust the can they play with the mill levies to come up with a loss? I don't know. I don't know if this amendment quite does what we think it does. So I'm asking for some questions. I'm phoning a friend that knows more about the calculations and the mill levies. Because right now, the counties are still determining their assessed valuations. We won't know what that number is till April, I guess. And then they'll figure out what the mill levies will have to be. So we really don't know yet what the implications of Senate File 136 would be if it were even to pass into law. So let's talk about it, get to a solution, and then I'll determine how I'm going to vote on it. Thank you.
Further comments? Further comments? Senator Landon.
Mr. President, appreciate that question. I can't answer that tonight. If I had the information, I would probably mix it up. But I'd be happy to work this. We've got a couple more days as it goes. I'd be glad to work with the good senator and work with anyone else in the room that has any ideas on this front. Hope you'll support the amendment. Thank you.
Question being called on second reading amendment number 18 to Senate File 1. Involves money. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Second reading amendment number 18, Anderson. Aye. Baldwin. Aye. Barlow. Aye. Beitman. No. Boner. Aye. Bouchard. No. Brennan. No. Case. Aye. Cooper. Aye. Dockstetter. No. Ellis. Aye. French. No. Furphy. Aye. Guru. Aye. Hicks. No. Hutchings. No. Ide. No. Jones. No. Kinski. No. Cole. No. Landon. Aye. Larson. No. McEwen. No. Nethercott. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. No. Schuler. Aye. Scott. No. Steinmetz. No. President Driscoll.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 18, 15 aye, 16 no.
Pursuant to your vote, Senate, second reading amendment number 18 to Senate File 1 has failed to pass the Senate. Next amendment.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment 19, Section 300's addition to 300 sections, page 106, after line 8, insert.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. We've already discussed the merits of the Wildlife Trust Fund. This appropriation of $985,000 with matching funds available, which gives us a 100% immediate return on our investment, will bring the Wildlife Trust Fund whole to its entire $200 million. That was our goal for years now, for the last 18 years, I believe it is. And this is a chance to close that fund up and move forward.
Thank you. Further comments? Senator Drew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. On and for what makes this, I think, a compelling ask is the fact that it involves matching money. Matching money from large corporations, private sources, where we have the opportunity, as the good bringer said, to bring this fund up to its full potential that we set for it when we started the fund, but do it in such a way with private dollars, matching dollars, to help get projects on the ground. There are opportunities out there right now that we can take advantage of with this opportunity. Urge your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further comments? Senator Ide, or excuse me, Beitman. You guys look a lot alike.
Sorry, Bob, that's, oof. Okay, anyway, Mr. President, question on this for the newer members, because I don't see them standing up. They probably have no idea what the Wildlife Trust Challenge Account is for and what that money is used for. Before we start putting more money in there, maybe tell the people, the new people, what this does and what gets appropriated out of that account. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Senator Drew for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. This money funds wildlife enhancement projects all over the state. When you work on this committee, as I have, it's the most incredible thing to go out and look at ranches, it gives the opportunity for conservation easements. We went out last year, saw a group of ranchers and farmers get together and lower and kind of squeeze the size of their irrigation dam down so we could build a fish ladder next to it. So that way fish could move upstream. And the ranchers and farmers got more water out of it for their irrigation needs. So, and getting those folks together is a big deal, and that's what this money goes for. So it enhances wildlife, it enhances more opportunities for wildlife recreation all around the state. And so I urge your support. Thanks.
Senator Cooper for your second. Dockstetter, would you like to speak ahead of this?
Thank you,
sponsor?
Mr. President. Just need a
Thank
quick
you.
clarification. What are we doing here that's not already in that trust account? Just need to understand what we're doing.
Senator Hicks.
So, Mr. President, there's 3 accounts. So you have the corpus, and then you have the income account that they use, and that's the interest that's generated off the corpus goes into the income account that then they use to fund projects. And there's a 3rd account, and this is called a challenge match account. And in that account, we try to keep that balance at about $2 million. And as people donate money, they donate it into the challenge account. Once those donations get up to $5,000, then there's a $5,000 match. It's a 1-to-1 match once that match is made. So this is for the matching money for people that want to donate. And then once they get up to $5,000, that will transfer into the earnings account so it can be utilized for projects. But this is specifically set up, like we do a lot of other endowments, to generate revenue by matching funds through donation. And that's what this account does.
Thank you. Any further comments? Question being called. We are on second reading amendment number 19 to Senate File 1. There's money involved. Roll call.
Second reading amendment number 19, roll call. Anderson. Aye. Baldwin. Aye. Barlow. Aye. Beitman. No. Boner. No. Bouchard. No. Brennan. No. Case. Aye. Cooper. Aye. Dockstader. Aye. Ellis. Aye. French. No. Furphy. Aye. Guru. Aye. Hicks.
Aye.
Aye. Hutchings. No. Ide. No. Jones. Aye. Pinsky. No. Kolb. No. Landon. Aye. Larson. No. McEwen. No. Nethercott. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. No. Schuler. Aye. Scott. Aye. Steinmetz.
No.
No. President Driscoll.
Aye.
Aye.
No to aye.
Kinsky, no to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 19. 19 aye, 12 no.
Turn to your vote. Second reading amendment number 19 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Next amendment.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 50, Section 300's addition, page 106, after line 8, insert.
Senator Kolb.
Mr. President, I move second reading amendment 50 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So I'd like to start off to say this is a mere rounding error in the amount of money we've been talking about. It's the total amount of funds is $100,000 with $25,000 per study. And if the funds aren't expended by 2024, they revert back to the general fund. This is an appropriate, I might read my glasses off here. This is appropriation $100,000. It's for the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources for the purposes of conducting an impact assessment studies as provided under this section. For any fairground, rodeo, public sale barn that is offered for sale or other transfer of title that the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources identifies as having historic importance for the state of Wyoming. The Department of the State Parks and Cultural Resources shall conduct a study of the economic and cultural impacts that may result to the community if the sale or transfer of the site is completed. The department shall consult with the Wyoming Department of Tourism Board on the potential impact to travel and tourism in the state for any study conducted under this section. And this, frankly, is to help out our tradition in the state of Wyoming. I'll just say it, rodeo. And I'll stand for questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Rothfuss.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unopposed, this is really an interesting piece of legislation. You know, we've got rodeo grounds, fairgrounds, sale barns all over the state. It kind of throws them all under a net. I love rodeo. It's one of the mainstays in my local community. But, you know, if my local community owns their rodeo grounds, and it needs to be up to that local community, back to local control and how it falls to decide how it works. And, you know, if the local community doesn't want it sold, they'll show up at the city council meeting or at the county commission and they'll pitch a fit, which, by the way, I've seen happen in my community. And it works the way government's supposed to work. They'll take care of it. But have the state enter in and try to block some type of movement on it doesn't ring true in any fashion to me. I love the thought of it. It's I know which one they're talking about, but I really believe it's up to the local community to decide what they want done, not state parks. So on and opposed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any further discussion? Senator Grew, over to you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The president was right. Interesting piece of legislative work here. I'm trying to understand, trying to come to grips in my mind with the sentence, or section B, line 13, for any fairground, rodeo, or public sale barn site that is offered for sale for, or other transfer of title, that the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources identifies as having historic importance for the state of Wyoming. We're going to stop right there. So the Parks Department is deciding about the historical significance of a piece of property it has no interest in. Doesn't own it, doesn't have anything to do with it, but they're going to decide that. My first question, I would think, would be to using what metric? I don't understand how that works. I know the State Parks Department because I'm a member of the Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources Committee. I know they have a pecking order. They have a list when they get lands offered to them for a state park that they have to go through, a checklist that they go through to see if they can take it. Now, I don't know about the rodeo grounds in Sweetwater County, where the good bringer of this amendment comes from, because I assume that's what he's talking about, his own. But I can only speak for the one in my county, and it doesn't meet any of the criteria that the State Parks Department sets for taking over. So I can only assume or take from this that there's some problem in Sweetwater County. And I look forward to standing with the good folks from down there to make sure that their rodeo grounds is made an historic site if that's what they want. But on this, I don't think this is the right amendment to do it, but I stand ready to help them, but I urge you to vote no on this. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Kolb for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Look forward to those studies in the great county of Sweetwater, because Lord knows we do have a great fairgrounds down there. I wouldn't call it historic, though. But this doesn't force anybody to do anything. Absolutely not. This is merely a choice if they decide to conduct a study. That's all it is, to help identify what it means for our, frankly, the state of Wyoming. Could be anywhere. I'm sorry if some people in the great state of the county of the upper northwest thinks it's directed towards them. It's for anybody in the state of Wyoming. I think it's something that we have to stand up for, something we have to support, and absolutely nobody has to do this. This is not up to this piece of legislation to do a study, merely says it's a choice. Thank you, Mr. President.
Question being called. We're on second read amendment number 50 to Senate File 1. This has money involved. Roll call.
On the amendment, second reading number 50, Anderson? Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Barlow? No. Beitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kinski? No. Cole? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McCune? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Second reading amendment number 50, 5 aye, 26 no.
Pursuant to your vote, second reading amendment number 50 to Senate File 1 has failed to pass the Senate. This is the one we've been looking for or not looking for. Read the last amendment, please.
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 51, Section 300's addition, page 106, after line 8, insert.
Do I have to call you? Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would move second reading amendment number 51 to Senate File 1. I'm glad we're at the end of the day, and I appreciate all the good work of everybody. Mr. President, we actually have an extraordinary opportunity here. We can fund the insurance for 19,000 people that are hardworking, poor people in Wyoming that make 138% of the federal poverty level or less. And we can do it for 4 years, and it won't cost this state a dime. It will not cost this state 1 penny. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, for a family of 3, the 2023 federal poverty level of 138 works out to be just a little bit north of $34,000. That might be a single mom with 2 kids. I try to figure out what they spend to live in their world. In my town, I don't know if you could find a place for $1,000 a month for a family of 3. But if you did, that's $12,000 a year. Cars are always a problem with folks in this deal. If you spend $500 a month on a car, I think that's pretty likely. That's another $6,000 a year. And you got to buy groceries and other stuff, easily another $6,000 a year. You might have $10,000, $11,000 left of that $34,000 to do everything else you got to do as a single mom who holds a job, tries to raise kids, tries to pay for childcare, and be in Wyoming. And what about Wyoming, Mr. President? Wyoming in the past decade between the 2 censuses, do you know that we had the slowest population growth of any state in our region? Absolute slowest. We're not growing, Mr. President. During the same time, mainly due to the mineral industry, but we don't have a lot of economic activity, and during that same time, our gross domestic product fell in real terms. Coincidentally, we're the only state in the region now that hasn't passed Medicaid expansion. We're the only one. We are the only one. And we can do it costless for 4 years. And the reason we can do it costlessly is because there's a special federal incentive, Mr. President. When I know this body would never take federal funds, although I recall we had a special session to deal with the federal funds that were shooting out of Washington. We take federal funds for every program. It's a major part of our budget. Do I love that? I don't love that, Mr. President. But how do we make choices about taking federal funds for this and that when we're not taking it for 19,000 people that are working hard and trying to stay in Wyoming and live in Wyoming and be in Wyoming and raise their family in Wyoming and stay healthy in Wyoming? It won't cost us a dime to do this for 4 years because the incentives, the extra incentives, exceed the amount of the general fund obligation. We make money. We make enough money in the first 2 years to pay for the next 2 years. Mr. President, it's a straightforward amendment. It's permissive. It says, if directed by the governor, the insurance commissioners of state and the director of the Department of Health shall investigate it. Part B says, if the investigation reveals that it's a viable and fiscally advantaged option for Wyoming, we should go forward. It says we'll only do it as under the 90-10 enhanced match rate for the expanded Medicaid. We also authorize the negotiation of a permanent change in the FMAP rate. Will that happen? I have no idea. I suppose I have my doubts. But we are disadvantaged in Wyoming with respect to the FMAP rate because of the the great county with the historic rodeo ground that has such high basis of income that it throws the whole state average off. In this amendment, it says no public funds for Medicaid expansion shall be used in violation of 35-6-111. That's our codification of the Hyde Amendment. That says Medicaid cannot be used for abortions, elective abortions, Mr. President. No, no, no. The next one we threw in this year, it says no public funds shall be used for chemical neutering or puberty blocking drugs or surgery for the treatment of gender dysphoria. I don't really like that piece, Mr. President, but some of you do. So we put it in there. Mr. President, 19,000 people.
Here, got 30 seconds left.
Who have families, Mr. President, who get sick and don't have a lot of alternatives. We can fix it at no cost to the state of Wyoming. We can put $500 million into our local communities for healthcare during that period. Thank you, sir.
Further comments? Further comments? Seeing none.
Senator Scott.
Excuse me, Senator Scott.
Mr. President, very briefly, we have one of these every year for the past, I think it's more than 10 years. We've voted them down for good reason. And Mr. President, I just say to all the arguments that have been made before, ditto, we don't need to make them again. I would point out that, as I understand from the public press, the 19,000 plus estimated number of people involved, families involved, is the number they expect to come on Medicaid. What they don't tell you, Mr. President, is that many of those families already have health insurance through the health exchanges. Those can be had in this state. I presume it's, I don't know how many of them are still true, but they have been available at no premium. So, Mr. President, for all those reasons, I urge us to remember the wisdom from previous sessions and vote no.
Further comments? Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and for this amendment. As most of you who have been around as long as I have been, realize that I've voted for this concept ever since I've been in the legislature, mainly because my constituents have asked me to. Now, it's probably different in your sections, probably. I'm assuming you're voting the minds of your constituents. But, you know, in my previous district, I knew them a little better than the district I know now. But in my previous district, for years, I've been tabulating the data on the people that have contacted me, and for me, it was about 60-40 for wanting this. So 60% of my constituents want this to happen, and so I have to vote for what my constituents ask for. My new district, while I don't have as much data on my new district, certainly when I campaigned this last year and I spoke to most of the folks that I came in contact, the overwhelmingly, I don't have the numbers, but the overwhelming majority, at least the majority, and I think much more, again, expressed to me they want to see this happen for Wyoming. I believe that we fear that somehow this is going to be a continual program. If we don't get the match from the federal government, that's not true. If we don't get the match, we go to right back to where we are right now, unless you all come back here and vote for an appropriation, because that's the only way we would get that money, is to appropriate it. So that won't happen. So I don't know why there's that fear. I've also heard from this body that we don't want to take the federal dollars because we want to return them and lower our deficit. Let me tell you, that's not going to happen. Some other state is using our dollars because they've already been appropriated for this program. And I don't know if you heard on the radio, it's a public radio station, the national, it's a public radio station that we all listen to. And I heard just a few days ago, they mentioned Wyoming as being the highest rate for insurance, health insurance in the nation. And why is that? Well, I know when I sat on corporations for 4 years, we struggled to find people to come to Wyoming and sell health insurance, right? We had two organizations at that time. Now we only have one. And so I asked the insurance commissioner why insurance companies are not coming here. And you know what they told me? They told me it's healthcare is too expensive in Wyoming. Well, that's obvious. There's very few of us to pay for that. Why we would intentionally thumb our nose at federal dollars to help us, I don't know. And it's got to be probably over $1 billion since I've been in here that we've left on the table. $1 billion. And then we would, if we would have expanded it earlier on, I tell you, I truly believe that the folks that we give health care to through the program would be healthier and would be productive in our workforce. But instead, they still get the health care, right? They walk into our emergency rooms, and instead of going to a doctor, that's 1/8 the cost of an emergency room, they go when they're so acute, it costs us buku dollars. So in my mind, I just can't understand any rational reason why we would not pass this bill and expand Medicaid. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further comments? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on for the amendment. You know, it's interesting, the discussion early on that we've been doing this for the last 10 years and all the old arguments apply. I'm not sure that more than half this chamber heard those original arguments or have heard them at any point. Mr. President, I don't know that there is any sound reason to refuse Medicaid expansion at this point in time. In the early years, there was a lot of concern that it would be overturned. There was a lot of concern that the entire Affordable Care Act would be overturned. And based on that concern and based on the uncertainty, Mr. President, there was a lot of just general discomfort, really, with the idea that we would create a new program that might go away. Well, a decade's passed, Mr. President, and 38 states plus the District of Columbia have passed Medicaid expansion. None of them have made really any attempt to go away from it because it did turn out to provide additional funding for affordable health care and access to more of the community. There was an additional belief, Mr. President, that people would come out of the woodwork and it would break budgets and bankrupt states. But I'd remind the body, and maybe not everyone is really familiar with the details of the program, that the federal matching rate on that is 90%. $90 for every $10 the state spends. And all of these dollars are effectively spent, not all of them, but a substantial amount of them are spent in our communities, supporting our economies, providing health care, providing access. And they're doing that instead of just relying on, as we heard in the previous speech, the rest of us to try and kind of pick up the tab for emergent care services, which is not going to provide the same quality of care, right? You can't get your chemotherapy in the emergency room when you show up on death's door. They don't do that there. That's not an emergency room type procedure. And if you don't have access to health insurance, if you don't have access to any programs for affordable health care, you just don't get that service. Mr. President, the question that I've been asking each and every time this has been raised in the past, so this will be my 10th year, I believe, in raising this question, is if not this, then what? Remember in the beginning with the ACA, remember that there was alternatives, there were ideas, there were different plans that were being offered. And the argument against this provision, Medicaid expansion in the ACA, was we've got a better idea, let's not do that. 10 years later, nothing at all, nothing. The idea that they can buy health care on the exchange is naively phrased, Mr. President. They could, but the subsidies are not available for anyone at 100% or less of federal poverty level. I'll say that again. 0 federal subsidy on the exchange if you're below 100% of the federal poverty level. So that entire class of people makes in a year roughly what the health insurance would cost them for a year. Let's try and do the math on that one. It's a bit of a challenge. There's no affordable approach, which is why below 100% of federal poverty level, there was an assumption that Medicaid would be provided for those individuals. So, Mr. President, I'll ask once again, we're talking about nearly 20,000 Wyomingites that lack a pathway to affordable health care. They have no access for anybody that's 100% or below. And for 10 years, we've basically said, we don't care about this population. Really, we don't care about this population. For the past 5+ years, my advice to anybody in that category is get out of the state of Wyoming. Find some place that does care. But Mr. President, today, like many times in the past, we have the opportunity to show that we do care about all of the members of our community, all those that are struggling. And we know from the demographics that are provided to us by the Department of Health that these aren't folks that are just sitting around waiting for a handout. These are folks that are working hard, working a lot of hours.
30 seconds.
Mr. President, this is a group that needs our help. We've denied them for a decade. Today, we have the opportunity for the first time to step up and provide them with access to affordable health care. On and for the amendment.
Thank you. Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief here. I was probably ready to get out of here. Listening to all this debate, good comments. I want to take care of the less fortunate as much as anybody in this room, but to get those federal dollars, they have to print those out of thin air. We have trillion-dollar deficits, just mounting up on us. We got almost $32 trillion in debt. This inflation hurts the poor, and we need to be aware of that. These funds just don't, grow on trees. They're a debt. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further comments? Further comments? Senator Case, for your final time.
Thank you, Mr. President. There probably are a few people in this population that can qualify for the exchange and may be on the exchange. How's the exchange funded, Mr. President? Between their funds and the federal subsidies, 100%. This program, we can have 100% federally funded Medicaid expansion in Wyoming for the next 4 years. I don't know what's going to happen about that. I'm concerned about inflation. But this isn't the only thing. And we are as guilty of taking federal funds in so many areas, Mr. President. Don't throw this one back on me. When this money is going to go to our communities, keep our rural hospital system stronger and alive, $500 million over that 4 years, Mr. President. I look at all you, and I know we've had this before, and I know that I maybe have rubbed you wrong on this, but we're at the point, these are hardworking people. We need people in Wyoming. Why is our population growing the slowest? Why do we have the dimmest economic future as the world changes underneath us? If you help that mom I'm talking about, Mr. President, if she can be a little bit healthier, she can make it to work more often, she can be a better mom for her kids, she can make sure they get to school instead of having healthcare crisis in that family. It's not much, it's not permanent. But reach in your hearts. We don't have to spend a dime in Wyoming. And it's very clear from the Department of Health, an initial biennial appropriation of $22 million in state general funds and will yield $177 million in federal funds. And if the $54 million incentive from the 2021 American Rescue Act is considered, there would be a net negative $32 million of state general fund savings. $32 million general fund savings. This program makes money, and that's why the money we make in the first biennium will pay for the second biennium. And Mr. President, I don't know what's going to happen after 4 years. But we have to shut down programs a lot, and in 4 years, we're going to have a healthier population here. Yes, some people may come off the exchange, but it's 100% federal funds for 100% federal funds, Mr. President. If you've never voted for this before, if you thought it didn't belong in the budget, Mr. President, you know, and I know, that a bill is not going to make it onto the floor of this Senate for debate. It's not going to happen. You know it. This is your only chance. Support the budget amendment. Thank you for your time, Mr. President. Thank you all, my colleagues. I reach out to you with my heart and the hearts of 19,000 people.
Thank you, Senator. We're voting on second reading amendment number 51, Senate File 1. This is a roll call vote.
Second reading amendment number 51. Anderson? No. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? No. Beitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Brennan? No. Case?
Aye.
Aye. Cooper? No. Dockstader? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Kinski? No. Cole? No. Landon? No. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Amendment number 51, 7 ayes, 24 noes.
Pursuant to your vote, Second Amendment reading number 51, Senate File 1 has failed the Senate. That concludes the amendments. We're back on the bill, which I don't have. Wouldn't do it without. Senate File 1, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Pursuant to Joint Rule 14-1B, third reading will begin the second legislative working day after the second reading is completed. Mr. Majority Floor Leader clears the desk.
Mr. President, I move that we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, February 2nd.
Are there any announcements? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, will be meeting at 9 o'clock. We'll just take up one bill. HB 104, Hunting of Predatory Animals Amendments.
No further amendments. Senator Case.
Just a reminder that we'll be meeting at 7 o'clock in the morning in corporations.
Thank you, Senator Case. Further announcements? Further announcements? You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Senator Kinski, hold up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Committee 2 Appropriations will meet at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning in E301 to consider SF 133, Student Eligibility in Interscholastic Sports, SF 153, Election Security, HB 3, State Assessment of Independent Power Producers, HB 24, State Investments Compensation, HB 51, Legislator Constituent Allowance, HB 181, Online Sports, SF 138, UI Coverage, SF 107, Acquisition, Exchange, Trust Lands. We will take priority on all referrals. That's going to be our priority. We want to get those back to the floor, so we may not get to the other bills.
Understood. Thank you. You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Those say no. Motion is passed. We are adjourned until 10 a.m. February 2nd.